application that needs.
Hello, everybody. Calling the meeting for September 5th in order. In accordance with MGL Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make your presence known. Don't see anybody signaling, so we certainly are recording that, so thank you for that. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilors: Bloom, Burdick,
Present.
Clark. Here. Crow.
Here.
Levesque.
Here.
Ludke.
Here.
Mendes.
Here.
Neary. Penn.
Here.
Schnapp.
Here.
Starr.
Here.
Tamish.
Here.
Turkelson.
Here.
We have 11.
Thank you. We're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's my pleasure to introduce Billy Stewart. Billy is a 10th generation Cape Codder. Billy's great-grandfather, William Drew, established the Zion Union Church in Hyannis in 1909. William Drew had been a deacon at the First Baptist Church on Main Street in Hyannis. When some of the white parishioners decided that blacks were not welcome, Mr. Drew left the church, bought the land, and with the help of other parishioners, built the Zion Union Mission. William Drew died tragically in Chatham in the 1930s when he and the engineer operating a train acted heroically to bring the train that was derailing to a stop. Mr. Drew and the engineer were thrown off the engine and crushed, but none of the travelers in the passenger cars were hurt. Billy Stewart is continuing the legacy his great-grandfather established. Billy served in the Air Force and is a Vietnam-era veteran. Billy and his wife, Nina Tepper, are active in the NAACP and are engaged politically in what Billy terms the election for democracy. Billy wants to remind everyone there's been 61 years since Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. And with that, I'd like to introduce Billy Stewart to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. If you'd please stand.
If you'd permit me, I would just like to say a few words before I do the pledge. It's
mic on?
noted.
Is that microphone on? Would you see if the green light is on?
It is on.
It is, okay.
I have a little voice loud anyhow. It's just interesting because it was 54 years ago that I came in with a group of NAM-era and NAM-vets, and we all graduated with the class of 1970. It was a beginning of transition for a lot of us from military to school. We had the GI Bill, and some of us are gone, and some of us have worked hard and utilized that. But it was the junior college, this particular one, this building right here, that gave us the rest of our lives. I just would like to clarify what was said, if people would forgive me. I just want to read a couple of pages, if I might, out of my memoir, just so you get an idea of the history. My great-grandfather, William Drew, died on the rails in Chatham and Cape Cod, Massachusetts in 1921 at the age of 54. He was born in December 1866 in Tioga County, western New York. He came to Cape Cod when he was 15. He began working on the railroad in Wellfleet. He later moved to Hyannis. Through the years, he worked on the rails from Hyannis to Provincetown as a section hand, a fireman, night freight worker, engineer, until his timely death. This was published in the paper. A daytime wreck involving a passenger train killed the locomotive crew on Wednesday, August 31st, 1921. It was the worst accident on the Chatham branch, just north of Queen Anne Road, crossing between West Chatham and Chatham, when Either the rails spread or the wheels of the end truck on the tender jumped the track, wrenched itself and flipped over and turned upside down to one side. The engineer, William Drew, and the fireman were both killed in the wreck. Drew wound up under the boiler where he was crushed. As a locomotive was rolling on its side, both men prevented major death and injury to others by turning off the engine to avoid an explosion that would have sent shrapnel in all directions. According to the reports, the throttle was off and the air brake lever turned for brakes on in the crushed cab of the locomotive. Drew also worked before his death as an engineer on passenger trains from Provincetown to Boston. But there was another side to Special Man. He was a man ahead of his times. This part of his life was shared with his wife, Bessie Clifford, who was also from Hyannis, who he married when he was 19 years old and a newly promoted fireman on the railroad. Bessie was from Hyannis. Their marriage lasted 36 years until his harrowing death. And this second part is very quick, but I want to explain how we became relative to the church. Both of my great-grandparents were abolitionists. In 1908, he was deacon for the First Baptist Church on Main Street in Hyannis. At that time in history, African-American worshipers were expected to sit in the balcony in the back of the church. According to Family and Zion Union Mission records, after one of the services, a group of white women confronted a group of black women, including one Mrs. Anderson. The white women told them they should find another place of worship. Their rejection by the First Baptist Church became the inspiration for the Zion Union Mission, led by Mrs. Anderson and my great-grandfather. After this incident, Drew decided to leave the ministry at the Baptist Church, along with Elijah Richardson and Hamilton Jackson, members of the African-American community. They built a small church on North Street in Hyannis, named the Zion Union Mission. He and his wife, Bessie, had bought 1/3 of an acre of land, all the lumber, built it, and then deeded the land for $1, the new church, and an old organ he found to the African-American community. Drew became the first pastor. The following are excerpts from an article written by Cape Cod Standard Times, Cape Church Born of Alienation, by Eva Marie Dane on August 29th, 1868. It is a church illuminated by love, born out of the alienation, and therefore especially clear to its membership. Established as a mission in 1908 on land given by William Drew, who built the house of worship with his own hands and became the first pastor, original board members. He formed the interdenominational congregation when a member of other Hyannis churches, frequently by faithful of all colors, suggested those with darker skin tone together at a church of their own. Rather than see any of his fellow faithful set apart, Drew prompted response to his challenge, translated the attempt at segregation into a whole, complete, and integrated endeavor. The Zion Union Church was born. Okay. Okay, if people would repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for letting me share my family with you.
Thank you. We have a moment of silence here. We can think of all of that pain, suffering, and jubilation that resulted in the discovery and founding of the church, which is still with us in the same location today. Thank you.
Thank you. And please, if you haven't visited the museum,
All right, next on the agenda is public comment. Please make sure you sign in, introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what village you're from, and each speaker will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Morn from Katuitt. I've prepared things that I'm going to read from to try to be efficient. Although I've devoted many hours since July 18, what I'm going to talk about today deals with the misuse of executive sessions and the abuse that I consider resulted against all of you as council members. From my 5+ decades as an attorney, my concerns focused on things that were conducted improperly by the town attorney. The use by the town attorney of the phrase attorney-client privilege was never explained to the council members. Before the privilege becomes into effect, there must be a well-established attorney-client relationship, but that never happened. The town attorney tried to treat the privilege as the authority from which the deliberations, decisions, and votes made by the councilors in closed session were valid, but did not necessitate conducting those decisions or votes at a public hearing. That was wrong. As a trained attorney, the town attorney should have known that she had an ethical and professional responsibility. If she was going to be the attorney for clients, to train them, to explain to them, and then request the town councilors before they became a relationship, and then the privilege could become effective. The attorney-client privilege, it would take me a couple of minutes to summarize in simple terms. It's always in the control. The privilege is always in control of the client. So if you were the ones that designated a client, you had the control, not the town attorney. But in this situation, it wasn't communicated. So under that point, there was no basis for having a finding that there was a client. And without a client, you can't have an attorney-client privilege. It's pretty simple. The next point deals with executive sessions. Executive sessions, in this case, never should have been used or applied to limit or suppress the town council members from communicating or sharing any of the matters discussed and deliberated. The Town Council Administrative Code, section 241-47.5, describes and defines the content, type, and level as to what matters and what authority and procedures the town attorney may use. There are no provisions that entitle the town attorneys to do the following: to instruct or direct or compel town council members to withhold information or remain silent, to serve under any circumstances as the attorney of record, or to consider or treat any member of the town council as a client, to order or tell the council members that they cannot decide or define or determine what is confidential or privileged. There's no provisions that entitle or authorize the town attorney to compose, draft, or determine, see where I am in the minutes, the content of minutes, and therefore that should not be included. The authority and decisions and conduct of the attorney needs to be reviewed, corrected, and
Mr. Moran, that's 3 minutes. If you could finish up, please.
Yes. Regarding decisions that were redacted, the town attorney may make recommendations but may not unilaterally and without discussion with the council members decide and deprive the council members from their own choice of words. I will have another matter later, and I'll ask leave to present it at the end of the council public comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Peter Hansen, Austell resident, Save Greater Dowses Beach member. Suzanne Conley, who's chairman and spokesman for Save Greater Dowses Beach, will not be here for public comment, but she will be here for the workshop later on. I'm going to speak briefly as a water commissioner of the effects of the heat produced by these duck banks on our water resources. At a town council meeting earlier this spring of this year during one of the water workshops, Councilor Mendez asked Craig Crocker, the superintendent of Water Department, if it was correct that Avangrid was paying to replace existing water pipes during their proposed cable installation that would have cost $6+ million to the ratepayers. Mr. Crocker replied, yes. What wasn't discussed was the specifics of that $6+ million. First, any new pipe that is installed within 10 feet of these cable duct banks will have to be insulated due to the extreme heat that these cables give off. If they didn't use insulated pipes, you would have only hot water running to your house. Think about it. These insulated pipes are 2.5 to 3 times more expensive than your standard water pipe. Second, because of the massive construction that's going on, water pipes that are perfectly fine will have to be replaced. It is not correct to claim that all the pipes in the path of this project are in need of replacing. Most do not. Now you know what the $6 million really represents. I have continuously attended the Avangrid meetings that were held at the Offshore Library. Early on, when finding out about this insane proposal to run cables into Dowses Beach, down the causeway, through residential streets, and throughout the downtown business district, I asked the head engineer at the presentation, with others, how much heat do these cables give off? A very simple question, very basic. He could not answer the question. Everyone in attendance could not believe that he did not know this. In fact, it took almost 2 months to finally get an answer out of him. And you wonder why we question their competence and integrity. He finally gave the reading in Celsius, 76 degrees. Really? So when you translate that into Fahrenheit, it turns out to be 170 degrees per cable. Now you have 3 cables per duct bank, each throwing off 170 degrees, going all the time, 24 hours, 365 days per week. What could possibly go wrong with the surrounding water quality as it relates to bacteria? They don't talk about this because they don't know the effects of it. They are proposing to run these down the causeway at Dowses, the narrow access road with water bodies on both sides. I took pictures this past winter several times of the causeway underwater. Dr. Conway, a retired physician, and his wife have spoken at many of the meetings about the detrimental effects of heating the surrounding water resources, algae blooms, bacteria, health issues, and ultimately changing the environment around these duct banks. We are all aware that the land is warming. Why do we want to contribute to this? Again, they downplay the concerns without researching the long-term effects on the heat source. Less than 2 weeks ago, there was a news alert about high levels of bacteria being detected at Wequaquet Lake. The specific location was a public beach area on Chute Flying Hill Road, the same area where they have proposed duct bank cables that are being installed under the road as part of the Park City wind project. I ask you to think about the detrimental implications of landing these cables along water resource areas. In addition, we are still waiting to hear from anyone why they think it is okay to construct massive substations in our wellhead protection zone.
Mr. Hanson, if you could finish up, please.
Yep, and over our sole source aquifer. My final comment refers back to the signing of the contract between Commonwealth and the Vineyard Wind Project. I was always under the impression that this would be the only cable landing in Barnstable. Years later, during an Avangrid presentation, it was disclosed that they were proposing to land cables on Craigville and Dowses Beach. I was in shock that this was even being considered, and enraged that they knew all along that this was their plan. We all hate being conned. These people are liars, they're shameless, and in my opinion, they should be treated like a criminal organization. We will continue to fight Avangrid, and I am proud to be part of the group here that will not stop in our efforts. In conclusion, I would like to hear from some of the councilors that have been silent on all our concerns. Tell us how you feel. Thank you for letting me speak.
Good evening. My name is Gary Peters, Barnstable resident. With my background as an orthopedic surgeon, I would like to address 2 health and safety issues associated with the proposed cable landings at Dowses Beach. There are over 600 accidents per year in the United States, including fires and explosions involving high-voltage electrical cables. If such an event were to occur beneath the parking lot at Dowses Beach, the result could be catastrophic, including multiple casualties. This risk would obviously be greatest during the busy summer season due to the heat of the pavement at times when the parking lot is very crowded. To make matters worse, the narrow causeway is the only access to the parking lot. If this were damaged, access to the injured by first responders could be delayed for a considerable period of time. This is a perfect storm of risk factors which makes Dowses Beach a uniquely unacceptable location for cable landings. The second concern that I would like to address is that of electromagnetic field or EMF generation by high voltage cables. Although this was somewhat unclear in the past, there is now strong evidence in the medical literature which demonstrates a clear association between magnetic field exposure and a number of health issues, including childhood cancers and miscarriages. The Barnstable cable landings are especially concerning in this regard. First, the risk of problems associated with EMF exposure is directly related to the distance from the source of the magnetic field to the individual. The cables in this project would be located no more than 4 to 5 feet below ground, as opposed to overhead lines that are located hundreds of feet above ground. It's also important to note that magnetic waves are not shielded by earth or other insulation materials. This essentially eliminates any protection by placing them below ground. Secondly, the other risk factor with EMF is the duration of exposure. As with a number of their other public statements, Avangrid has been very disingenuous in this regard. They continue to compare EMF exposure from the cables to examples such as hair dryers and microwave ovens, as opposed to those sources which people are exposed to for only a few minutes a day. The cables running through our beaches and residential and business areas would result in almost constant exposure for many people. This combination of close proximity and duration of exposure would be virtually unprecedented in U.S. history, a risk that is unacceptable to the people of Barnstable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stacy Gunther. I live in the village of Osterville in the town of Barnstable, and I'm a founding member of the citizens group Save Greater Dowses Beach. Thank you for your service and dedicating a good part of tonight's meeting to New England Wind 2, also known as Commonwealth Wind. I hope this is an opportunity for each counselor to voice their views on this subject. For 2 years, I've spent countless hours voluntarily advocating for the health and safety of the citizens of Barnstable and Cape Cod as it relates to the onshore impacts of offshore wind. I've had long conversations with thousands who offered their signatures on an informal petition opposing the landing at Dowses Beach. These individuals reside in each of the 7 villages of Barnstable. It is outrageous that one tourist-driven coastal town should be asked to take on the very real risks of one of these projects, let alone 3. After first learning about them, I attended the majority of the developer-led open houses for Craigville and Dowses, where very valid concerns about these projects were repeatedly dismissed by Avangrid, and citizens were given misleading information. I learned later that, in fact, these were actually check-the-box sessions for them, giving them brownie points in their bidding process. The developer clearly was not open to altering any of their plans. So many hours of my and others' time was wasted going to these sessions, naively thinking the company wanted to be a good partner, as they repeatedly said. I've read thousands of pages of developers' plans, state and federal filings, and have submitted lengthy public comments. I've talked with many of you and other government officials on this subject. I've also talked with hundreds of small business owners and residents residing along and near existing and proposed extra high voltage cable routes and massive substations. Their health and livelihoods are being put at risk because of the wishes of this developer, who for years neglected to pursue other viable, more suitable landing options, or do an additional ISO New England study, a standard industry practice. Why didn't they? I can only assume they don't care. And they thought, why bother? Barnstable doesn't care either. Well, they were wrong. The town, the residents of Barnstable, and its visitors do care and are overwhelmingly opposed to this project landing at Dowses, West Barnstable, or anywhere in our town. Barnstable has already made a significant sacrifice at Vineyard Wind. Given the cumulative negative impacts of all of these projects, the recent blade disaster, whose debris is still washing up, and the other extra high voltage onshore health and safety risks, I respectfully ask that the town council and town management engage with the public in formulating a plan to block any future projects in our town. Thank you for listening.
Madam Chair and Town Council, thank you very much for the meeting tonight, and thank you very, very much for putting the Dowses workshop on your agenda tonight. However, I think
Cliff,
that...
could you identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Saving time. My name is Cliff Carroll, lifelong resident here in Barnstable. I actually don't belong to Dowses Beach's group. I don't belong to Barnstable Speaks. I'm just a local guy brought up to appreciate what we have here and try to make sure it doesn't change any further. Again, I knocked off a little bit here, but first of all, we turned in a petition with over 500 signatures about a week and a half ago, and it was certified by the town. That was requesting that the town council take a vote in public on whether or not to re-vote in public the vote that created the side agreement. I'm going to try to make this very quick. 2 weekends ago, I took my boat out to the offshore transformer, or the actual turbine that broke. All the debris and the blades and everything else have been drifting up here. That actually is almost 40 miles offshore. About 20 miles offshore from here is about a 300-foot offshore transformer that has about 150,000 gallons of oil in it. We're here tonight to talk about Cape Cod. It's the Dowses workshop tonight, but it is actually should be called the Dowses Beach, downtown Osterville, Marston's Mills, West Barnstable, 200,000-gallon, 29-acre transformer platform threatening our well fields and the Calm Water Department's well fields. It should never be just named Dowses Beach. This is going to affect everybody. Again, I'll make this very quick. You were all elected to represent us. You were elected to lead the town. For years, you've been saying, and it's legitimate, I won't say you're hiding behind it, but the reason for it is over. There is no more host agreement forcing us to take on this Commonwealth Wind 2, whatever their name is this week. You have no excuse to continue to allow these people to come in here, tear up our well fields, tear up our neighborhoods, put our businesses offline for a couple of years, and let them threaten our well fields and our way of life here. And in addition to that, continue to tear our community up. We have other things to do here other than argue about some guy from Denmark, a company from Qatar, who's going out of business left and right. They're canceling these wind projects. We are never going to see the end of this project. What they are building 40 miles offshore would make you sick if you were out there. I went out there. It's an 80-mile round trip. I was with trawler fishermen who are being put out of business. They came from as far as Gloucester, Fall River, New Bedford. They motored there for 5 to 6 hours to get there. I'm going to cut it short because there's a lot of people want to comment tonight, but there's no more hiding behind some host agreement that somebody did 3 years ago. You have no excuse now to not do the right thing. Please vote and authorize the attorneys that seem to be running this town to do their job and represent the wishes of the people, not their wishes. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Mary Ann from Osterville. I came down here. My kids were gone serving our great country, and my mother had died first, which wasn't supposed to happen. So I came down to help my father out, and here I am. So it's been almost 4 generations of my family, and I feel like there's so much misinformation. Like I was the person, oh, this is such a great idea. Put one in my yard, put one in my car. And then I did the research, which I am happy to share with you. It took me months and months and months. And I was shocked at what I saw and read. And I shared it with everyone. I will share it with all of you. I feel like this company is a $1 billion company. Their executives, $1 million plus with stock options, each one of them. And their PR marketing firm squashed the facts. So it took me so long to find the reality of this. And I was so shocked. I'm like, how can this be? How can any Cape Codder who knows these actual facts, not their marketing business, ever agree to this? There's just no way. So I feel like maybe there's a little bit of, oh, well, it's Osterville, the 1%ers. So I just want to touch base on that. That is not the case at all. I mean, we are the 99%ers. We are the people, like, we are the grandmothers and the grandfathers who go generation after generation to this beach, who I know personally people whose dying wish has been, I just want to go to Dowses one more time. And all of your individual beaches, I'm sure it's the same way. I know the high schoolers take their pictures, the weddings. I do the weddings at the church. They all take the white trolley down for their pictures. People have said to me, this is the only town, these are the only churches I want to get married in. We want to take our pictures at Dowses Beach. We've baptized grandkids in the waters. I mean, that is what it is. It's not this 1%ers, oh, we don't want it here. It's not that at all. You have to really understand the facts. You know, my father was an energy analyst, and he would say, get the facts, do your research, analyze it, and then make a decision, right? And so I will gladly share my research with you. People thought I was getting my PhD with it because everything that everyone is saying, you think, oh, we're a bunch of whiners, we don't want it here. It's not that. It's everything that we know and love being put at risk and for these people to profit off of us. I know seniors I work with, they do not know how they're going to afford to live in Osterville because of the energy, your energy costs will increase. We're not going to see any benefit from this, and they are scared to death. They don't deserve that. Our parents, grandparents, they don't deserve that. This should be the time of their life. They finally saved to come down to Cape Cod. You know, I mean, it breaks my heart when I see them, and I hear these stories over and over again. So please, 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 I will give you my research. Please read it. My name is Mary Ann. I mean, I spent months doing it, and please keep an open mind. Do not get swayed by marketing. PR firms, they squash a lot of the articles that are against it, of course, and they just give us their spiel, and that's not the case. If you still
Mary Ann,
choose,
if you could finish
I'm
up,
sorry.
please.
Okay, if you still choose to do it, that's fine. But at least get the facts. And it's a total David and Goliath here. And remember who won in David versus Goliath. Just remember that, please. And please be on our side. Thank you.
Mary Ann, we need your last name, if you don't mind.
Not. I know her.
Craig's got it.
Good evening. My name is Adam Myrick. I live in Osterville, and my professional background is actually in electricity, bringing projects to market. So I have kind of a different perspective. Tonight, though, I want to address my comments kind of invoking, the protection and well-being of future generations as the reason to approve additional landings. Your hearts are in the right place, but I think you've been misled in terms of the facts, in terms of how green or not green these things actually are. So, the first thing is, offshore wind in its currently proposed incarnation does not deserve our support because it's not net green. Now, sure, when the blades are spinning, there are no emissions, but you have the Biden administration, appointee-led DOE and BOEM, who have both said that there's no measurable impact to climate change from these. BOEM is in charge of overseeing this rollout. That's pretty damning, right? So the question is, if it's not actually green, according to BOEM, why are we doing it? So, we talk a little bit, I heard other people talk about the cost, and really each of these farms will cost between $5 and $12 billion. That's a serious chunk of change. Electric rates are already the third highest in the nation in Massachusetts, and they will go up. The current approach of haphazard lines going into different beaches is much more expensive than a planned approach, much more. So we already have the third highest energy costs. They're going to go up, but I want you to think about what $10 billion can accomplish. So there are about just shy of 3 million homes in Massachusetts. The average solar installation costs $19,920. That means for one $10 billion farm, you can put solar panels on 500,000 houses. Just to put that in perspective. Now, I know our state leaders support offshore wind, and I used to think that they were ignorant. They just didn't understand. Nobody had talked to them about, there's a better approach. There's a greener approach. Unfortunately now, I sadly think they kind of live in an echo chamber that's been paid for by by wind companies. You know, they're trying to make 13% returns on $10 billion projects. 13% returns on $10 billion buys a lot of meetings, buys a lot of advertisements, and a lot of access. Just because the state has lost their minds on this doesn't mean we need to. We need to fight not to saddle our communities and our kids with the costs and the risks that go with this current approach. Please, let's not approve another one.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Erickson Taylor. I'm going to switch up a little bit of the subject matter tonight. But I did watch the pre-recorded video from Community and Development Manager Jim Kupfer. I actually saw the plan unrolled under Elizabeth Jenkins and the consulting firm last year and had some concerns. And I'm just here because there's a lot of new players on the council. But I had concerns last year. I have concerns this year as we go forward, just to kind of keep folks up to speed. So last year, my spouse and I attended, and my spouse 3 years ago had a stroke, so I'm her caregiver. We try to be active citizens of Barnstable and access all the great things that we all moved here or grew up here, we all enjoy. I've heard that theme throughout the evening already by folks. But accessing our great beaches, our Main Street shopping, if you haven't been put in a position where you've had to maybe live through that lens, I know Councilor Ludke had shared with me last year that she had an opportunity to have to live through that lens, and it is a different lens. So as a caregiver, I'm the driver, I'm the mover of the wheelchair, I'm the equipment mover, but we like local shopping, we like local restaurants. You go to any handicap parking spot on Main Street, you've got a 4 to 6 inch granite curb. So what really frosts citizens that are paying taxes, that really want to support businesses, that are proud of our town. We love our town. Patty, my spouse, is on the Disability Commission for Barnstable. I adopted an island because I love to garden. I'm proud of my property on C Street. I'm a good neighbor. So I think anything that you would want in an engaged citizen, but we can't comfortably engage in our Main Street. So when I saw the Great Streets plan, sat through, pretty much read through all 86 pages, and there was a glaring, gaping hole, not one mention of what folks were going to do, what kind of access was granted to people with disabilities. It talked about bicyclists, it talked about pedestrians. So when I saw Mr. Kupfer's presentation again, one of the subheadings was a walkable Main Street. So what does that do for someone that can't walk? It's marginalizing. The whole Great Streets plan was, well, it's only in paint only. We're not doing any hardscape. That to me it's a continued excuse. The town of Barnstable and the Chambers of Commerce, we could be a destination for accessible travel. It's something we haven't tapped into. We have one of the densest, based on our geographical area, aging populations. I work for a local aging agency, so I know who we serve. I know the struggles. I know the obstacles. We have a gray economy that really can't comfortably access Main Street. So I just really want the focus to get back to access for all. We spent a lot of money on a consulting firm to come up with that plan, and I think they were embarrassed last year when we said there was no reference of how to include folks that have a disability. So how is it that we're 34 years in of ADA, folks? 34 years, and everybody can't believe. What do you mean it's not ADA compliant?
3 minutes are up. If you could finish up,
Yeah,
please.
this is the best of it. But we're focused on a two-way Main Street in rotaries. I saw all the pretty pictures down at the 6 Points. I agree, those things need to be done, but I've been told Main Street handicap accessibility is easier from the back North Street parking lot. In my eyes, that's akin to telling another class of historically marginalized people to use the back of the bus when a front seat was available.
Anybody else? Behind you, Larry.
Oh, good, okay. Come on up. You sure?
Yeah, he's already spoken, so you go first.
My name's Tom Scanlon, and I'm from Osterville. And like many people here, I first found out about the cables coming under Dowses Beach. I'm an Osterville resident about two winters ago. Never heard about it. My sister told me, she's a resident of Osterville. And I said, what's going on here? So as I look at that, and then I began to look more into this whole thing, I created an open letter. Why should Cape Cod become the electric outlet for New England? In lieu of recent events, the blade failure off Nantucket, a substation fire in Hyannis, the Barnstable Town Councils in the dark of the night endorse easement allowing Avangrid access to Craigville Beach, I can only say, we told you so. First, do no harm, and no idea is final also come to mind. Permitting 1,200 megawatt cables to run under recreational beaches and right through past homes and business in a small village here on the Cape. Allowing a foreign Spanish company, Iberdrola, huge tax subsidies while mandating prevailing wages under the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Allowing that same foreign company with no experience building offshore wind farms in the United States and only 3 worldwide to create a limited liability corporation, Avangrid, to shield it from liability and citizens from recourse that should something go wrong. The largest offshore project in the country, allowing that same foreign company's major investor, the sovereign front of Qatar in the Middle East, to benefit despite their human rights violations and abuse against their own populace, and providing political cover, refuge, and money to Hamas, a terrorist organization. That's nice. Let's subsidize a terrorist organization. Permitting the construction of a power substation at Shoot Flying Hill Road in West Barnstable with 125,000 gallons of toxic dielectric fluid to be positioned over the only fresh water aquifer on Cape Cod? What could possibly go wrong? Well, we just had a fire at a substation in Hyannis. Why are massive amounts of the world's most potent greenhouse gas being ferried out to the ocean? Sulfur hexafluoride. BOEM approved that, or ignored it. I'm skipping down here. Sourcing the materials from our adversaries, especially China, who subsidize these efforts to protect their economy, companies, and workers. Siemens just laid off 4,100 workers creating in Munich. Meanwhile, China is building 2 coal-fired plants a week, and India 1. So here's America to the rescue again, leading the way while they're just spewing crap into the air. There's now talk of additional offshore wind projects east of Eastham. Again, why would any power be transferred out of Massachusetts to Connecticut and Rhode Island, allowing for the death of 13,000 whales, 250,000 dolphins and porpoises, and 75,000 seals? They call them incidental take allowances, ITAs. Never heard that before. Not to mention raptors, and there's only 350 right whales left. Do you think they're going to be, oh, you're a right whale, you're okay, we're going to kill you because you're a humpback? 78 whales died in 2023. We believe it's safe to assume the others were the result of the pounding of the
Mr.
foundations.
Scanlon, if you could finish up, please.
Okay. All right. It is estimated that the total cost of these projects is about $2.5 billion. Anticipated cost of electricity generated, $1.5 billion. Where's that other billion going? To the producers. Cape Cod is and always should be a vacation and retirement destination with an economy dependent on tourism. Now is not the time to jeopardize that fact. As Lisa Knight, MD, PhD, so aptly put it, in the fight against climate change, biodiversity trumps short-term energy gains. Let's connect the dots. Green, as it is currently construed, is not necessarily good. Stop the industrialization of the ocean and save our shores.
Good evening. My name is Andrew D. I'm a lifelong resident of Marston's Mills. I've lived here all my life. I've been to every one of these meetings that I've been able to get to, and I've been to every one of the presentations by Avangrid that I could get to. Basically anywhere where the public was allowed, I've tried to be there. I don't know what more needs to be said. If these concerns alone aren't enough to raise some eyebrows, I honestly don't know what is. These people are not working for the benefit of anybody in this room, on this side of the bench or the other. These people are snake oil salesmen. They've proved it time and time again. That busted windmill blade, the one thing that they said was never going to happen, that can't happen, everybody's full of crap, don't worry, you're all just, well, son of a bitch. There it is, floating around all over the damn place, and they needed to send a fleet of ships out there to create a wardened off zone, exclusion zone, excuse me, which nobody was allowed to go anywhere near because they didn't want them taking pictures of the crap. So if it can't happen, why did it happen? That wasn't even a storm. Weather was nice as could be, and the damn thing snaps off and falls into the ocean. Okay, what happens when the hurricane comes? What happens when you have a couple hundred of those damn things out there? What happens if one of them catches on fire? All of which could never happen. That's what Avangrid said. Said stuff like that over at the meeting at the Four Seas College. Every single concern that a tax-paying citizen of this community, the places where they want to build this crap, brought up, it's like, well, don't worry about that. That's not going to happen. We have no answer for that. Don't worry about it. So, of course, you can trust these people when they say it's going to be good for us. Because clearly they've showed it. And the people here tonight have showed, no, this is going to, we're all going to be rolling in riches. We're going to have so much energy, everybody's going to be like, wow, look at Massachusetts, they are so damn smart. Wow, they're going to save the bleeping planet from Cape Cod. These people are snake oil salesmen. Now, if it's annoying to hear somebody like me come up here and waste your time, okay. I'm just wasting your time. They're destroying your community, my community. They're not just taking me for a sucker. They're not just taking the people in this room for a sucker. They're taking all of you for suckers too. And as somebody before me mentioned, we look to you people to represent us. And I note from the attentive glances of some of the people on the board here, some of you seem to actually care. And I hope that's true. But I have very little faith left because I've watched too much of this crap get railroaded down our throats because somebody up in Boston is convinced that they're smarter than everybody else in this room and that our community is
Andrew,
their playground.
if you could finish up, please.
I don't give a damn what Maura Healey wants. I don't give a damn what Biden wants. I don't give a damn about any of these Fruit Loops ideas about saving the planet through the Green New Deal. This shit is bad for us. It's not going to help us, and I'm really, really sick of somebody blowing green-colored rain sunshine up our asses. This does not benefit us. We're asking you to stand up for us because you're supposed to be our representatives, and if you are, we got your back, to tell these assholes to go stuff it. Because it's not going to benefit us, and it will cost us in the end. It already has. Thank you for your time. Hope you have a good rest of the night.
Mr. Moran, so you want, what, another minute and a half?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
First, I would like to welcome you back. We've missed you. We're delighted that you're here, and we hope you're doing well. It's a little hard to follow an act of this gentleman before, but I don't fit into his shoes. The last point that I want to raise deals with the Section 21C3 of the Open Meeting Code, Open Meeting Law Code. And this is a situation where the content of the agenda, announcing the meetings, the executive sessions, should be held, they were significantly misrepresented as to the content. The content said for litigation for I'm trying to come up with the right words here, for discussing and analyzing litigation options. The code requires, I'm going to read it, a public body may meet in executive session only for the following purposes. As applied to this situation, this is what the wording is. For the executive session to convene and be held, it would be required to discuss a strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation, and if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the public body. Those are the two requirements, or the two elements. I could repeat them again, but I think you're familiar with them. But dealing with what the town attorney has done, there has never been any threat or filings of litigation or complaints. There may have been some bickering or a suspicion, but it's never been done. The possibility of a lawsuit...
Point of order, please. Mr. Moran has spoken already at public comment, and he is now at 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Your time's up. New timekeeper.
Okay.
Thanks. I think we get it. Anybody else? Public comment? No, Cliff, you want to speak? 1 minute?
Point of order. If we're limiting people to 3 minutes, why are we limiting people to 3 minutes if somebody can come up and have the last word at every time they're here?
Well, I don't know if it's last word, but we never got enough word, Matt. But thanks for asking.
I didn't ask for your response. I presented that to, and you're not actually supposed to address me.
I'll speak, Madam.
I'm talking to the
I'll
president.
speak to the chair then. Thank you.
I gave Mr. Carroll 1 more minute.
My only point, very quickly, one thing that did occur in the past, I've brought up what can happen at these transformer substations. About 4 weeks ago, there was a transformer substation that services a offshore wind farm that's being built in Taiwan. They had an accident at the project. It wasn't even operating. They tipped over a bunch of canisters of the SF6 gas. It put 14 people into critical condition. One of them has died. They think that maybe the second one has died, but they haven't notified anybody yet. And the other 13 are in critical condition. They have not given us the operating emergency plan for dealing with SF6 gas in these substations in our town. I'm not talking offshore or anything. I'm talking about our firefighters and our friends. That's why I came up. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Online?
Oh, yes, thank you.
We have Mr. Paul Phelan online. You may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and I appreciate it. I want to reiterate what Mr. Moran said. It's great to have you back in the chair. Not that Chairman Tamish didn't do a good job. You all understand. I'm shifting gears very briefly to the airport because as you all know, it's my passion. It makes me very ill. I want to inform everyone on the council that may not know this, and everybody present tonight, that the Airport Commission just gave the manager at the airport a $200,000 package. That really shocked me. It gave the airport manager the #1 paid position in the state. And to the councilors who very diligently stopped me from becoming a commissioner due to, in one case, a almost two-year-old email I sent to our town manager, Mr. Ells. I wish that you would just take into consideration that you talk out one side of your mouth about helping all all types of affordable housing and workforce housing. And yet, the other side of your mouth, you don't want to look at the airport at all. And it's not just housing at the airport, folks. Airports are land hogs. We could put recreation out there. There's a lot of potential there. And ultimately, most importantly, we need a study with air, rail, and sea, which it seems like it's stuck in red tape. That's all I wish to have to say now, and I'll be back, and I'm not going away. Thank you all. Oh, by the way, before I end, I want to especially give a shout out to my, which I neglected to in the beginning, my much appreciated representation in my precinct by Paul Neary. I appreciate everything you do, Paul. Thank you.
Anybody else online? No? Okay. We have one more person.
Perfect. Thank you.
Introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good day. Michael Farrell, Katuitt. So the last time I was here, we were dealing with 2017 with a solar array that was going in a watershed area in Katuitt, if you're familiar with it. And I was capable of getting concerns there to shut it down, which we have successfully done, and we're protecting our water. So as we move forward, I am a diver. I was down at the Francis Scott Key Bridge. I've driven by these things. I've seen the transformers. I've seen them laying all these. I've made multiple trips 50 miles past Nantucket. I've watched it all. I've seen where they want to lay them in. I've been out there. We've all seen the Block Island ones. There's 5 of them there as you come into Providence. Those leading edges have been repaired multiple times. I know multiple divers who were on that project. I'm trying to remember the year, maybe 2016. They always have to do fiberglass work on the edges. They always have to maintain. They got a whole jig, but these places are meant for the land, and most people will even say they're not meant for land, even because of birds. But when you involve water and multiple corporations and being sold off to other properties, we'll be lucky to get 20 years out of these things. And as we know, with the wind blade that is broken under no conditions, I just think it's a bad rap. So as far as the protecting of our water goes, though, I also work at the power plant at the canal, and I've been on power plants throughout New England. And this is going to take a full-time people there. They need to have containment around all of these transformers. They need to be monitored with oil sensors. So when we do it at the power plants, you go into a vault, you sniff it, you get in there, you take a can of oil, you put it on the sensor, and it tells you, hey, and the alarm goes off, and that says, there's oil in this vault, okay? And they're all around every tank at the power plant, down past the Fisherman's Landing, the one with the 2 oil where all the trucks go. That is earthen dams and not actual secondary containment. But all these things, if you proceed, which I would hope we're not, but if you do, they were going to require employees to be there and monitoring this inside secondary dam containment, which is made out of cement, with a floor with sensors that protect, and they sense oil, and then the guy's got to go down there once a month, sniff it out if that's required, put the oil under the sensor, and it says, hey, oil, and the alarm goes off, and it notifies whoever is available for this team that's going to be employees to navigate these areas where all this stuff is transpiring. So let that be known. I'm not for it. I think we did the appropriate thing and could do it with protecting our water. We're talking about the same thing here on a different watershed, you know, that we actually drink out of. So I hope we proceed in the appropriate manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roberta Mock, sorry I'm late. I thought it was at 7. I want to speak up for the historical nature of our village of Hyannis. I was happy to attend a meeting last night where the historical committee, I believe it's called, is putting their foot down in making sure Hyannis remains Hyannis. The historical nature of our village, we do similar to, like Newport, Rhode Island, or Newburyport, they have a very strong historical society, and they protect their town or village from cookie-cutter developers. We do not need Hyannis Village to look like anywhere America up and down the shore, and I was very happy to attend that meeting to see that that particular developer on Main Street has decided to respect our wishes to continue to have the historical nature of our village remain, and perhaps be more sensitive to those who have died at sea, like at Gloucester has a memorial. Our fishermen that put the food on our table, those of us who like seafood, need to be memorialized, respected. I have a family member that was lost at sea. My uncle wrote a book about outside of Provincetown, and I'd like to see our ocean village of Hyannis to have more cohesive respect for our village, the past, whether it be protecting our water, our land, our open space, our critically endangered migratory wildlife corridors, such as Twin Brooks. I'm so glad that we have you people here, because everyone in this room cares, and I'm grateful for that, because I know together we're going to make this, we're going to be strong, we're going to stand up against the enemy, and we're going to keep our town beautiful and growing the way it needs to grow, not the way cookie-cutter developers dictate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other comment, town manager communications were all pre-recorded, and if I might say, they were done very nicely.
President Penn, are we
Council
having
response? Go
Council
right ahead.
response. Thank you.
Councilor Schnepp, did you want to start?
Sure. Thank you, President Penn. Just wanted to make a few comments. I wanted to thank Ms. Erickson-Taylor for alerting us to some of her concerns that I'm sure do affect many of our residents and visitors, making our village as accessible, all our villages, but especially Hyannis accessible to all who want to enjoy it. And I know that from some of the very first conversations when we heard about some of these ideas for, it wasn't called Great Streets at the time, but making Hyannis walkable, the issues of accessibility have been raised. And I would encourage our staff to continue on the path of trying to use this project as a way to increase that accessibility. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. The other comment I wanted to make tonight was the councilors have received several emails, and there have been a few comments tonight about the quality of our representation from our town council, as in our attorneys. And I just want to state that I can't ask for a better team of attorneys to be representing the interests of this town. And I stand behind all their actions thus far, and I plan to stand by their actions going forward. So I would hope that citizens in this community understand that these are public servants, and they're looking out for us. Thank you.
Any other councilors' response to public comment? Councilor Ledke?
Yes, I'll hold a lot of my comment because I think the preponderance of the folks who spoke tonight were speaking about the subject later in the agenda, with the Commonwealth wind landing at Dowses Beach. So I'll address a lot of those. Those were fantastic comments by everyone. And I think I could tie it back to Billy, who started us off tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance and his story, going back 10 generations in the Zion Church, and all about unification and trying to keep a spirit alive. And Roberta, you really brought that back home in your comments. And I think that's a thread that weaves through everything that was said tonight. And there's going to be a lot more discussion. And I know several of you asked for all of us to give our positions. I think that's required. I think that has to happen tonight. We should not remain silent on how we feel about this and what we've heard from our constituents. So I appreciate you reinforcing that request. And as far as the Main Street, Dawn, thank you so much. And I know when Jim Kupfer did his presentation, and this was part of the going into this, is that we're kind of doing it on the cheap. And I know he uses the phrase signs and lines. And he goes out of his way in the presentation to say we're not going to change any pavement, anything, just signs and lines. But what you're bringing up is more than signs and lines. So we can't do it on the cheap. And again, it goes back to the spirit of the community and what we are. So absolutely well-timed to come in with those comments on that. And as I say, I'll have a lot more to say as we get into the discussion of that. And Michael Farrell, thank you for your comments. It sounds like you have a lot of firsthand knowledge, and especially when you talked about that leading edge repair. I will just show one thing, two things. Monday, Tuesday, right on the beaches, that's the windmill. And it's still coming ashore, and that's made by GE, who used to bring good things to life, I think was their motto. But they're not bringing good things to life. And to your point, Michael, what are we doing putting something that turns into this out in the ocean? I mean, why aren't we using carbon like we use in aircraft? My goodness, I mean, GE. So a lot of issues here. So again, thank you everyone for your such thoughtful comments. Thank you.
Councilor Turkelson.
I'd like to thank Dawn for coming today and giving us her comments. I recently drove to get some bread at Panera Bread and noticed that the renovation they're doing over there had no curb cuts. And so I came home and I emailed Jim Kupfer because I just couldn't believe new construction. I mean, that's not new. They're renovating the space, but it literally was freshly poured cement. There was not a curb cut to get into Panera. And I'm a physical therapist, so I recognize how hard a curb can be for an able-bodied person who has two legs, and there's not a handrail. There's nothing for an elderly person or person with mobility issues to even be able to go up a curb. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm kind of was shocked at the regulations related to that when I asked the question. I'm totally speaking out of turn here, but maybe we have an item about the diff and there's going to be monies potentially that come back into that community. So maybe there is a way to fund some of the things that aren't, signs and lines that require more funding. But I think your point is well taken, and I hope that bring it up here again hopefully moves it forward, because we do have a great opportunity to actually do some of those things while we're in the process of planning to make accessibility. And I really do appreciate you coming here tonight. And as far as my comments related to the wind, I will save those as well, because I think that will be a better time to address those. Thank you.
Anybody on my left? Council Crowe.
Thank you, President Penn. I also like to respond to Dawn. When that document came out, I think it was last year, it was a glaring omission. I think it was probably inadvertent. I can't believe the town would have not taken this into consideration, and we'll make sure that it will be taken into consideration going forward. Everybody should have a chance to go anywhere they please, and a lot of us have relatives, friends who are mobility impaired, and so we'll make it right. As for all the people who showed up here tonight, I know many of you personally. You've done a wonderful job in bringing knowledge to this process that wasn't available back in the day when I think some of these HEAs were first discussed. We've also seen the blade failures and what one blade can do to our ocean environment. And I'll have a lot more to say about that later, as others will, and I appreciate you all coming here. I will say that a number of us ran into the governor the other day at Four Seas Ice Cream. And one of the things the governor said is, well, we all need to do our part. Barnstable has already done its part. And I think that with what's happening with this technology, I think there's going to be a lot more, there should be a lot more study before we move on. I think there should be a cause analysis and a number of things to find out what caused these failures in the first place, and before we go up and put another 1,000 blades out there to run into the same problem. So I'll have more to say later, and I appreciate you all coming out tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Bloom?
Thank you, Madam President. Good to see you. With regard to the wind power, it's impossible to ignore all the expert testimony here tonight. I voted yes on the at the executive session. I have my reasons for doing that. But I didn't feel like I was tricked or hornswoggled into doing it by our lawyers. I'm responsible. I'm the person who's responsible for that vote that I made. No one else. But thinking about the Osterville situation, I think we've paid our dues, and I will not support in any way anything that would come ashore in Osterville. Thank you.
Everybody else all set for comments? All right. Any questions or comments, et cetera, for town manager communications? There was a lot of video that we all watched, I'm sure. Nobody has any questions or comments on that? Gordon. Councilor Starr, excuse me.
Thank you. Are you talking about the workshop, just the workshops that were? Okay, just the town manager's.
Yes.
Report. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You good? Okay. Seeing nobody taking the bait on that. All right, we're going to move into minutes.
Move to accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to present the minutes from August 15th, which, as we will recall, much of that business was pushed into this meeting because of lack of quorum. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Seth is abstaining because he wasn't there. And Councilor Bloom also. All righty. All right, we have communications from elected boards, committee staff, commission reports, correspondence, and announcements. And we have first on our agenda, Mr. Carlos Barbosa, who's going to give us a up to 5-minute update on some changes for human services in the Brazilian community.
Good evening, everybody. Maracasa. I'd like to introduce Michael Messinas, which is Executive Director for the Brazilian Resource Center. So I'm the treasurer, so Michael going to have more information for you folks. Yes, Michael.
Good evening, everyone. Michael Messinas. From Hyannis. First of all, thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate your time and effort in this town and our community. I would like to talk to you guys about the Brazilian Resource Center. As you all know, there is an estimate of 30,000 Brazilians on Cape Cod. I am one of them. I'm very honored to be here and be part of this community. I am the founder of the formerly known Health Ministry, and that now we call the Brazilian Resource Center. In terms of updates, I would like to let you know what we are doing in our community, and I think it is very important for everyone to know what we have to offer here. There is a ton of beautiful organizations on Cape Cod, including the Brazilian Resource Center, that has served over 5,000 people so far this year. We do provide anything related to health, which is one of our big pilot. We provide social services, obviously, and we also provide food donation to our community. And I'm very honored to say that one of my good friend that is here tonight is a big part of the food distribution that we have going on every week, and had served over 3,000 people this year so far. And that person is Matthew Levesque, so thank you so much. Every week he's there with his truck full of food that has been donated to our community. So we do have a citizenship workshop that is provided through us, and also with a partnership with Project Citizenship. It's free for the community. They will be having free legal service for people who can apply for their citizenship. They can schedule an appointment, and also there is an RQ code. I'm going to put some over there in the chair for you guys to take a look at if you wanted to. Again, this is a great opportunity for those who wants to become a citizen of this great country. One thing that I also would like to let you know is the screening medical clinic that we have going on at the Brazilian Resource Center. We have 7 doctors that came together. They used to work at Cape Cod Healthcare. Then now they're retired, and they say, hey, I want to do something for the community pro bono. So with that, we came up with the clinic that is providing free services for those who need to see a doctor. As we know, there is a shortage of primary care doctors, including pediatricians on Cape Cod. So it has been very difficult for them to get their physical forms in order to get enrolled with school, and also being updated with vaccines. So we do provide all that at the center as well. So the center is located at 70 Center Street in Hyannis, right next to the Hyannis transportation area. And you are all invited to come over and take a look at it for yourself and see what we are doing. A beautiful thing that we also have going on is the youth program. It's an after-school program, and we have over 50 youth from age 3 all the way to 17 taking advantage of the after-school program that we have to offer. All these classes that I'm going to name is free for the community. So we have a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu classes, we have a capoeira classes, we have Zumba, we have jump, and we have dance classes. And all has over 40 students enrolled. Again, this is a beautiful thing that we're doing for the community, and I think we all should know and be proud. I believe in collaboration. I do not believe in competition, so I do collaborate with many other beautiful organizations that we have on Cape to serve and offer all these beautiful programs for our community. So again, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for giving me a time to talk to you and present this beautiful Brazilian Resource Center to our community. Thanks.
Thank you. It's always good to know what's going on. in town, particularly with our minority populations. Thank you very much. Okay, so communications, Town Council Strategic Plan Update. This is something that I think deserves its own discussion, obviously, and not just part of a regular meeting. It's my understanding that in the past, there have been workshops done on Saturdays for this. I don't know if that's, I'm just kind of feeling people out. My idea was to have at least 2 possible workshops in October and 1 in November. Possibility of like a 10 to 12 kind of thing on Saturdays, if afternoon's better, that, you know, it's flexible and open, et cetera, et cetera. So rather than take time to discuss necessarily tonight, I think if you have ideas of how that would work best, even for, you know, for you, thinking of your schedules, et cetera, let me know. I would likely not hire a consultant to do this because I'm not interested in purchasing a product that they have. I would like to, and I've networked so far with finding a facilitator to lead us through this, which I think is really important, so that we have obviously a current plan, and we can all read that and figure out what we like or don't like about it, what works or doesn't work. I know the town manager and assistant town manager are asking senior staff from the town for a bottom-up approach as to what they see they'd like to see differently, if anything is happening, you know, that they'd like to see different in that it's going to come from them. And so we'll get all those comments together, and then we'll hash it out as we go forward. Anybody have anything, knee-jerk reaction to that, or you just want to send your comments to Cynthia, please, and she'll communicate with the rest of us, and we'll come up with something. If it takes 4 or 5 sessions, so be it. If we can do it in 2, okay? You know, I'm not tied into numbers here, okay? Everybody good? Okay. So, workshop discussion is next on our agenda. We have it's like the star of the night. We did receive quite a few questions. Most of them had agendas attached to them, my interpretation of them, okay? Very few questions were pure questions without having its own message within it. The ground rules for the workshop is that we're not going to discuss the past, okay? We're not going to discuss Park City or Vineyard Wind because they've already happened, and whatever happened with them happened there, okay? And none of that has carried over into anything else, okay? So I just want to let you know, nobody here needs to be defensive about the past, okay? Reality is reality. I don't think that that's productive in any way, shape, or form, but we want to hear how this conversation goes. This town council has never discussed Commonwealth Wind or New England Wind 2, whatever you want to call it, okay? And this is our time to do it. We've heard over months a lot of input from a very well-educated public, which I think is wonderful, and I appreciate all the research that they do. And so now we're going to have our discussion, if you will, about where we are on New England Wind 2 as a workshop. I don't imagine that we're going to take a vote tonight necessarily, but I think if somehow, if we can't do it all in one night, then we'll continue this to another conversation going forward, that it would be nice to find out if the council has consensus around a direction for New England Wind 2. Any questions on ground rules? They're kind of easy. No? Okay.
All set?
Yeah.
Good evening, councilors. Karen Nober, Town Attorney. With me here tonight is Tom LaRosa. He's First Assistant Town Attorney. We are providing you tonight with background information on the Commonwealth Wind Offshore Renewable Wind Project, now known as New England Wind 2. It's proposed to land at Dowses Beach. Attorney LaRosa will be reviewing with you tonight the project's permitting history and status at both the federal and state levels. He will also explain the Article 97 process, what it is and how it works. We're providing this information so that the council may discuss and consider possible policy positions on the project, including what potential votes might look like. It's important to keep in mind that unlike Vineyard Wind or Park City Wind, the town does not have a host community agreement with Commonwealth Wind, and that gives the town the ability to take whatever position it wishes to take on the project without exposing the town to potential financial risks. We are having this discussion because the town council has not actually taken any formal position on the Commonwealth Wind project. We think it's important for the council to decide what the town's position is so that the town manager and staff have clear direction and can provide the necessary support for that position. To date, the town council has taken 2 votes on Commonwealth Wind. In November of 2022, the council voted to authorize the town manager to commence negotiations on a host community agreement with Commonwealth Wind regarding its proposed project. Approximately a year later, the council voted to revoke that authorization. The council has not taken any other votes on Commonwealth Wind. In October 2023, the town stated that it did not support the Commonwealth Wind project at this time in the comment letter submitted by the town as part of the state's MEPA environmental review process. That's where we are essentially on Commonwealth Wind to date. We're not recommending that any votes be taken this evening. This is really just an opportunity for the council to begin discussions as a body on this proposed project. Based on those discussions, we expect that we will come back to you at a subsequent meeting with a recommended vote. And although you could potentially take a vote tonight, we have not listed a vote on tonight's agenda. And so my recommendation is that the better practice would be to wait and take a vote at a meeting at which a vote is included in the agenda so the public has notice of that. And with that, I'm now going to turn this over to Attorney LaRosa.
Good evening, councilors. Tom LaRosa, First
Speak into
Assistant. Is this on?
Pull it closer.
Hello? Okay. Good evening, councilors. Tom LaRosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. As we all know, Commonwealth Wind is one of 3 offshore wind projects proposed to land in Barnstable. Vineyard Wind is under construction. Park City Wind is the second project and is well ahead of Commonwealth Wind. Each of these 3 projects have separate leases areas with the federal government through the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM. Before I get started to discuss the history where we are and the process, I'm going to give an overview of what the Article 97 process is. Article 97 is shorthand for Article 97 is shorthand for Article 97 of the amendments to the state constitution. Article 97 is the provision of the state constitution intended to protect certain lands and easements, those which were taken or acquired or subsequently dedicated to natural resource purposes by the Commonwealth and its public entities and political subdivisions, including cities and towns. Article 97 does not apply to private property or the property of the federal government. The term natural resource purposes typically involves public parks, recreational conservation land, forests, and water supply land. It includes public bathing beaches such as Dowses Beach. Conservation restrictions held by a public entity and approved by the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs are also protected by Article 97. Lands or easements taken or acquired for natural resource purposes, as well as land or easements that are subsequently lands or easements taken or acquired for natural resource purposes protected, as well as lands. Jump over that. Sorry.
That's
Sorry. Article 97 applies to lands or easements taken and acquired for natural resource purposes, as well as lands easements that are subsequently dedicated. The land is either protected by Article 97 or it is not. Article 97 requires one thing and only one thing. Before there can be a change of use or a disposition of land or an easement protected by Article 97, that change of use or disposition must be approved by each branch of the legislature by a two-thirds roll call vote. That approval is referred to as Article 97 legislation. Separate from a change of use, a disposition is, for example, a change of legal or physical control of the land, such as an outright conveyance, the granting of an easement or restriction, a lease, or other irrevocable arrangement. Regardless of the change of use or disposition, Article 97 requires nothing more, just that vote by the legislature. Article 97 bills involving municipal land customarily reach the legislature through a home rule petition submitted through a bill filed by a state legislator. But that is not the only way such an Article 97 bill can be filed. Under the home rule amendments to the state constitution, the bill can be filed by the governor. In addition, case law provides that any member of the legislature can file a bill or amendment to an existing bill affecting a single city or town if the bill involves a matter of state or wide or regional concern. As I will cover in more detail when talking about the FSB and DPU, their statutory authorities allow for public utilities to petition the DPU and request that the DPU authorize that public utility to exercise state eminent domain authority to secure certain rights. Unlike negotiated grants of an easement, if granted state eminent domain authority, the public utility does not need the approval of the municipality or private entity. However, separate Article 97 legislation would still be needed to take an easement on parkland. The legislature, as a legal matter, could provide an Article 97 authorization to allow such a taking, perhaps by otherwise following the existing DPU process. That may be a heavy political lift, and I only mention it as a possible legal path. In the late 1990s, the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs adopted an Article 97 land disposition policy, often referred to as the no net loss policy. Because Article 97 itself does not require any mitigation for a change of use or disposition, the policy is intended to fill that gap by seeking that a disposition or change of use of protected land was mitigated by replacement land or interest in land of greater fair market value or value in use and significantly greater resource value. More recently, the legislature essentially codified the no net loss policy in what is referred to as the Public Lands Preservation Act, the PLPA, Chapter 3, Section 5A of the General Laws, which requires, among other things, that an alternatives analysis for the proposed disposition of change of use occurs. Per state guidance, the PLPA applies to bills filed after the PLPA's February 17th, 2023 effective date and would apply to Commonwealth Wind. Commonwealth Wind's draft environmental impact report includes analysis that appears to speak to the PLPA's provisions. However, they would still need to submit an analysis separately under the PLPA. The PLPA is a statute, and unlike the state constitution, the legislature is not bound by it, and they could exempt the project from its requirements. Dowses Beach was acquired by Dee in May 1946 from Margaret Dowse and Dorothy Putnam. The deed defines the boundaries of the property by reference to a recorded plan and incorporates the town meeting vote. The town meeting vote authorized the purchase for bathing beach purposes. With that, the land was explicitly acquired for the Article 97 protected use of a bathing beach. Nothing more needs to be done for the beach to be protected by Article 97. Commonwealth Wind's MEPA filings acknowledge its protected status, as well as the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs certificate on the project's draft environmental report under MEPA. Finally, I note that Article 97 litigation is primarily involved whether the land is protected by Article 97. That is, was it taken or acquired or subsequently dedicated to an Article 97 purpose. I know of no litigation involving whether the legislature's vote was valid, because that really comes down to whether it received a 2/3 roll call vote, which is easy to verify.
You know what, before we go on, does the council have any questions about Article 97 before we move on to the permitting process?
Councilor Tamish.
It's not necessary for the town to request a waiver. For example, a company such as Avangrid could file for a waiver of Article 97. Is that what you were saying, Tom?
As I mentioned, customarily, the traditional way for a bill involving a disposition of municipal Article 97 land would involve a home rule petition that would be filed on behalf of the town by a legislator. We're just looking to point out that that is not the only mechanism in which it could happen. As I mentioned, the governor could file a bill herself, and for matters involving statewide or regional concern, which would likely be considered one, the Supreme Judicial Court has said that legislators could file bills that would be involving a matter of statewide or regional concern. Avangrid itself, of course, could not file a bill.
Right.
They would need to get,
They
the
got to go to the
legislator would
legislature.
need to do that.
Right.
But, and I'm not saying how likely that would be. I'm just noting the possibility that it could happen that way.
If it didn't originate from the town, the other options are the governor files a bill or another legislator files a bill because it's of statewide or regional significance.
Now, is Avangrid considered a public utility?
I believe the Energy Facilities Siting Board and the Department of, I believe the Energy Facilities Siting Board and the Department of Public Utilities take that position.
They take that
That they
position?
That they are.
That they are.
That they are, okay.
And that is why Park City Wind and Vineyard Wind were able to proceed with before the FSP and the DPU.
All right. One of the questions that was submitted was regarding the deed for Dowses Beach, and I believe the word was hardening or fortifying it by changing a purpose. Would that accomplish anything?
No, you can't strengthen Article 97. As Tom mentioned earlier, either the land is protected by Article 97 and Dowses Beach is, or it's not. But Dowses Beach is, so there's no action that you could take to make that stronger. It's already protected. There's no question about that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Penn. I understand the Article 97 component as you've just explained it, and having done a lot of reading and question asking myself, that all adds up. Can you explain to me the eminent domain principle on an Article 97 piece of property, how those two things interplay, if at all?
So Article 97 itself is, the bill that would be voted on and must receive a 2/3 roll call vote. That bill, the four corners of it, would spell out what that authorization would involve. Every Article 97 bill does that. Here, it would be, potentially that one of the ways to go, to secure the authorization might be a bill that would say, notwithstanding any general or special law to the contrary, Commonwealth Wind LLC, the Department of Public Utilities is often, upon a petition from Commonwealth Wind may, authorize, following the provisions under Chapter 164 of the general laws, for Commonwealth Wind to use state eminent domain authority to take an easement, and then they would list what properties would be involved.
There's two pieces involved. So you need the Article 97 authorization, and that's what it is. It's authorization, and that's the 2/3 vote of the legislature saying you can dispose of the land or you can change the use of the land that's otherwise protected. If they're not giving that permission to the town, or if the town's saying, we don't want that permission because we're not doing it, they could then build into the legislation who would have the ability to exercise eminent domain authority as to that easement that needs to be granted, because the Article 97 bill is giving permission to grant an easement, but then someone actually has to stand in the shoes of the town to do that if we're not doing it.
So if Article 97 didn't pass a two-thirds vote,
You're done.
Eminent domain could still be exercised on top of that.
There would be no point to that because you always need the Article 97 authorization. That's not waivable. That's in the Constitution.
Councilor Starr?
Thank you. Are there any examples of the state overstepping a town and granting an easement
In
in Massachusetts or case law in?
For non-Article 97 land, there's an established process for that. For Article 97 land, I know of no such instance where that has occurred.
Okay. It would be highly unusual.
It would be a political decision. Yeah. Okay.
It would be a completely political decision.
Completely political. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Turkelson?
Thanks, I'm a slow learner. If, let's just say, that another legislator decided to bring forth an Article 97 easement to the legislature, and for some strange reason, it didn't pass with a two-thirds vote. Only one-third of the people supported that. What would be Avangrid's possibility of landing onto Dowses if it was not passed by two-thirds in both houses?
Absent the, well,
They couldn't.
no,
They couldn't.
no, they can't.
They couldn't.
So then eminent domain could not be,
Eminent domain cannot override Article 97. You absolutely need Article 97 legislation authorizing a change in use or disposition of protected property land.
okay, thank you.
Councilor Crowe?
One thing I wouldn't ask is, how about the federal government doing the same thing? Saying it's a critical infrastructure need to the country.
That actually exists for natural gas infrastructure. No federal.
They can't hear you,
Sorry.
Tom.
That actually exists for gas infrastructure under the Federal Natural Gas Act. That does not exist under federal law. So, I mean, it would literally require an act of Congress.
Should we move on to the permitting?
Any other questions here? Comments? You guys all good? Okay.
Sorry, moving on. I'm going to talk about the permitting status. Commonwealth Wind is responsible for permitting its project. The portion of the project located outside of Massachusetts, consisting of the offshore wind farm, as well as the cables generally located more than 3 miles, fall solely within federal jurisdiction. The cables located within state waters, generally 3 miles offshore to the beach, are subject to both state and federal jurisdiction. The onshore project general infrastructure is generally within the jurisdiction of the state, which is primarily the Energy Facilities Siting Board and the Department of Public Utilities. At the federal level, the review for both Commonwealth Wind and Park City Wind proceeded as basically 2 phases of one project by BOEM. BOEM's jurisdiction is under the Outer Continental Shelves Lands Act, which enables oil, gas, minerals, and wind energy development. BOEM conducted a review, as federal agencies are required to do, to incorporate environmental considerations in their planning and decision-making under the National Environmental Policy Act. For certain actions, federal agencies are to prepare detailed statements assessing the environmental impact of and alternatives to major federal actions significantly affecting the environment. In this case, the assessment document was referred to as an Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS. BOEM's review covered onshore and offshore impacts, although BOEM's jurisdiction is limited to offshore. At the federal level, Commonwealth Wind proceeded through the federal BOEM review, as I mentioned, along with Park City Wind as two phases of one project. This BOEM process commenced in mid-2021 and concluded in the first half of 2024. By July 2024, BOEM issued its final environmental impact statement and improved Commonwealth Wind's construction and operations plan. With that, Commonwealth Wind has completed its federal review. When ready, Commonwealth Wind would still need to receive its permit from Army Corps. BOEM included in the final environmental impact statement a preferred alternative involving Commonwealth Wind's export cable landing in the town at Dowses Beach. The draft EIS and final EIS include discussion of a possible alternative landing of all or a portion of the export cable in Bristol County via the so-called South Coast variant. The final EIS contemplates possible consideration of using the South Coast variant for all of a portion of Commonwealth Wind's export cable if technical, logistical, grid interconnection, or other unforeseen issues prevent Commonwealth Wind from connecting to the West Barnstable substation. Any proposed development of the South Coast variant for Commonwealth Wind would require a supplemental analysis by BOEM and a construction and operations plan revision. For the state permitting, first I'll mention review under the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act, referred to as MEPA. MEPA is an environmental review process that is under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs. This environmental review process and compliance with MEPA means the project proponent adequately and described and analyzed the project and its alternatives and assessed its potential environmental impacts and mitigation measures. MEPA is intended to inform the proponent and participating agencies in the process, understand whether the projects meet regulatory standards, and seek to avoid, minimize, or mitigate damage to the environment. MEPA review is triggered both, one, where a project exceeds a review threshold in the MEPA regulations. Those are generally thresholds of that are indicators of environmental harm. For example, how many parking spaces you're putting in, how much square footage of wetlands you might alter, etc. And two, whether the project requires a state permit or state financial assistance. If there are no state permits or state financial assistance involved, MEPA review wouldn't occur. MEPA is not a permit or approval process, it's just a review. I don't mean to downplay that and saying just a review. However, state agencies generally cannot grant permits or commit state financial assistance until MEPA review is complete. Permits such as a Chapter 91 license. In October 2022, Commonwealth Wind filed an environmental notification form with the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, which basically starts the MEPA review. In December 2022, the EEA Secretary issued a certificate to allow the project to move forward with preparing a draft environmental impact report. The certificate laid out the scope of issues that needed to be addressed in the draft environmental impact report. In July 2023, Commonwealth Wind filed its draft environmental impact report with EEA. The town filed a comment letter that addressed, among other things, that the town did not support the project at this time. In October 2023, EEA issued a certificate on the draft EIR, which allowed the project to move forward with preparing a final EIR. To date, Commonwealth Wind has not filed its final EIR. No timing requirement exists for Commonwealth Wind to file the final EIR. However, once filed, EEA would hold a 30-day public comment period, following which a certificate would issue in the project, either the finding that the project would adequately and properly comply with MEPA or required further review. During that that 30-day public comment period, the public, including the town, as the town did on the draft environmental impact report, can submit comments to EEA for consideration by the Secretary. Do you want to stop there?
Did we want to stop there? Are there any questions about the state or the federal? We're about to get into the EFSB.
Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you. Was there any filing for the alternative site in Bristol County at the state level?
I'm not sure in what detail that they talked about going into. I mean, they did discuss alternative sites. Whether alternative cable routings and potential alternatives for the project. There was no there was no specific language at this point that identified the way the BOEM did the South Coast variant as a potential option.
Okay, thank you. One sort of follow-up question. If Avangrid wanted to continue to pursue a landing in Barnstable County and use of a substation in West Barnstable, but they decided to avoid Dowses Beach and procure a landing on a private site, is that something that they would have to modify their permit?
At this point, there are no state permits.
They don't have a permit.
Yeah.
They don't have so they could.
MEP is a review process, and they're certainly early enough along in the process that as they moved into their final environmental impact report, if they want to pivot, they'd be able to do that in the MEPA process, and the secretary would review that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think as Tom is going to discuss, the EFSB proceeding has not started yet.
Council Ludwig?
When does the Cape Cod Commission get engaged on this one?
Well, just like Park City Wind and Vineyard Wind, Commonwealth Wind would file, and they would go through the Cape Cod Commission review process. I'm not certain exactly where they are at this point with the Cape Cod Commission.
But is that prior to permits or post permits? When is that engagement? There must be a definitive time when the Cape Cod Commission is engaged.
Yeah, right. The Cape Cod Commission review and the DRI. I mean, that occurred. I can't say whether how it aligned in Park City Wind with the MEPA process, but.
Is it prior to the EFSB proceeding? I think that's partly what you're asking.
Well, the Cape Cod Commission review was finalized before the EFSB, just for Park City Wind, their decision in December 2023.
So that would happen before the EFSB.
No, I just said you're about to move on to the EFSB, but you've said permits have not been granted. Are the permits granted before or after Cape Cod Commission review? Or is what triggers Cape Cod Commission review?
The town. I always thought it was the town that would refer a project as a DRI to the commission. So if the town was in process with something, it's the town that refers it to the commission for DRI review.
Right. The Cape Cod Commission is, the MEPA review process can proceed along as it would. And the state permits required for the project, such as the siting board's decision, a Chapter 91 license from DEP. The constraints, apart from those regulatory programs reviews, the constraints on those permits can't be issued until the secretary issues a certificate on the final environmental impact report under MEPA finding that it adequately and properly complies.
So where does the Cape Cod Commission process fit into that, I think is what's being asked.
Yeah, I would actually have to, MEPA doesn't dictate that, but I'd have to go back.
So
and
that's
look.
on parallel tracks, we think. We'd have to look at that a little bit closer to give you a definitive answer.
Any other questions, comments over here? No? Councilor Turkles.
Okay.
Where is our Conservation Commission involved in the process of Commonwealth Wind?
I will get to
Okay.
that, but good question, but they're,
Okay, if you're going to get to it, that's fine. Okay, and my other question is, where is the permitting, and that might be where we're going with the West Barnstable substation as far as allocating that land and that part of the process being moved forward? Is that part of the EFSB information?
referring to the Mid-Cape Reliability Project?
Nope, referring to the, up by the fire tower, the 28-acre proposed substation area. Where is that in this process?
Well, to place a substation on the Clay Hill location, it would need to be approved. It go through MEPA review, and it needs to be approved by the Energy Facilities Siting Board. And as I'll cover, that process for Commonwealth Wind hasn't really started yet. But the review and approval of that would occur in the EFSB siting board process.
So MIPA review hasn't been performed yet in relation to that 28-acre piece of land, or is that already in process?
It's discussed in their draft environmental report. I believe the town would have things to say about it if and when they file their final environmental impact report. Has not occurred yet. Okay. The Energy Facilities Siting Board and the Department of Public Utilities, they're under Chapter 164 of the general laws. They basically have exclusive jurisdiction over the sale manufacture of electricity, and that includes the siting of electric infrastructure, including substations and transmission lines. The FSB is charged with implementing their statute to provide a reliable energy supply for the Commonwealth with a minimum impact to the environment at lowest possible cost. The FSB needs to determine, among other things, that the new facilities are consistent with current health, environmental protection, and resource use and development policies as adopted by the Commonwealth, and will serve the public convenience and is consistent with the public interest. Under this statute, these facilities, that with the Energy Facilities Siting Board authority, for which a petition is filed for by Commonwealth Wind to review this project. But that siting, the proceedings, for example, Park City Wind before the FSB, as well as Vineyard Wind, that siting is within the province of the Siting Board, and that's where the comments and concerns are directed in that process for whether a project should be approved or not, and if approved, what should be the appropriate conditions on that project.
But those are the findings that the EFSB makes in its
Right.
decision, that the facilities are consistent with current health, environmental protection, and resource use and development policies of the Commonwealth. That's their finding that they make.
The EFSB has very broad authority in implementing its mandate from the legislature. They have the ability to issue what's called a Certificate of Environmental Impact and Public Interest, which effectively functions as a composite approval for all state or local permits, after which no state agency or local government shall impose or enforce any law, ordinance, bylaw, rule, or regulation, nor take any action, nor fail to take any action which would delay or prevent the construction operation of a maintenance of such a facility.
So that's the override.
Correct.
That's the override.
That is, right, that's one of the two overrides. The other override being of
Sorry,
local
what?
zoning.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, can you, here.
I'm going to read the statutory language. I'll read that again. So what the statute provides for under a Certificate of Environmental Impact and Public Interest is that, after they, it functions as a composite approval for all state or local permits, after which no state agency or local government shall impose or enforce any law, ordinance, bylaw, rule, or regulation, nor take any action, nor fail to take any action which would delay or prevent the construction, operation, or maintenance of such facility.
So that's when we talk about our zoning, the EFSB overrides our zoning, and they issue what Tom is explaining is a composite permit where they authorize.
And we were, all very familiar in the prior projects that under Chapter 40A, Section 3, there is the public utility would file a petition with DPU for what's called comprehensive and individual zoning exemptions. The town zoning code does apply to the project until it doesn't if zoning exemptions are granted by DPU.
Until they override it.
Right. So likewise, an additional tool in the Siting Board and DPU's authority is that they have eminent domain authority, which we've touched upon. So again, and if for example a municipality or a private entity is not agreeing to grant an easement voluntarily to allow for infrastructure, the public utility can petition the DPU for authority to take the rights that they need by eminent domain. by statute, no land rights of way or other easements therein in a public way, public place, public park, or reservation shall be taken by eminent domain under the provisions of the section. So to secure an easement in the roadways, for example, that if they in fact wanted an easement, that eminent domain authority could not be authorized in the procedure.
But there's a workaround.
There is a workaround in that the statute also authorizes, for example, if the town doesn't grant what's called a grant of location in a roadway, which, easements are, they're property rights that are granted to you. Grants of location are like a permit that can be requested to go into the roadway and put infrastructure there. That happens often. The town receives those requests. But if the town were not to approve the request for a grant of location for those rights, there's provisions in Chapter 166 of the general law that basically allow for the public utility to pivot to DPU to get that permission where DPU would authorize the grant of location to get rights in the roadway.
So separate from Article 97 protected property, if we're just talking about roads, and if they need an easement in the roads, and we say, no, we're not going to grant the easement, the EFSB will then grant what's called grants of location, which is the way they get around that.
As to the beach, that does not change. Article 97 legislation is still needed for whatever path that.
Right, you
that
can't
they
get
wanna
around
pursue.
that.
Right. For the local permitting, the town generally lacks jurisdiction over Commonwealth wind because the local authority over the siting and permitting of electric infrastructure is preempted by the state. The town does have, as I said, does have jurisdiction under its zoning code unless exemptions are granted by the FSB, which is routine. The town does have authority to review aspects of the project within the jurisdiction of the state wetlands protection and the town's wetland ordinance. That happened with Park City Wind as well as for Vineyard Wind.
Well, that's the Concom question, if you want to flesh that out a little.
Councilor Turkelson, that's your question regarding the Concom. How that authority is exercised and the performance specifications for that are spelled out and detailed in both the wetlands regulations and in the ordinance.
So they can't just say, we don't like the project. What they're doing is their review under the Wetlands Protection Act, and it has to be consistent with that.
And so if it did not meet the performance standards under the regulations, the Concom would be free to deny the project, and it could proceed along the appeals process. The Concom just couldn't say, we don't like electric infrastructure, we're not going to do something. And that's in part I already referred to the FSB's process where they have a path to, if that happens, to override.
But the goal of the EFSB is to get these projects permitted. So they have authority to override the local authorizations and grant their own authorization to make sure these projects move forward. That's why they were formed.
And
Councilor Lutke.
Yes, I want to go back, now that you're talking about this, ask about Article 97. When you give up Article 97, don't you have to create equal amount of Article 97 land somewhere else? Doesn't it have to be made up for?
So that is not in the Constitution. That is in the law, the Public Lands Preservation Act that was passed a year ago. And so that's the law that codified what used to be the Secretary's no net loss policy. So it does require that when you are when you are changing the use or disposing of protected land, you are supposed to mitigate that loss by replacing it with replacement land of greater resource value and comparable size. But as I think Tom alluded before, that's a state law. That's not the Constitution. So the legislature, if they wanted to move a project forward, could put language in their bill that says, notwithstanding the provisions of any general or special law to the contrary, we are authorizing this. And so they can get around that if they want to. But that is currently the starting point for the process for how you do Article 97. But that's not in the Constitution, so that can be...
How do we create more Article 97 land? Can we do that as a town?
Yeah.
Why don't we do that? Everywhere they want to go.
I don't actually think we need to, because where they want to go is already protected by Article 97. The beach is protected.
I think that gets
But
to the
what
point.
about, what about our forests and things? We can't work on that?
We could keep in mind that once you protect it, it's protected. We can't, you know,
But can we as a town do that? Who creates Article 97 land?
If the town took or acquired a land for an Article 97 purpose, and as I mentioned, like town forests would fall under that, they would be protected by Article 97. If later, if for example, the town acquired a piece of land for school purposes and it no longer needed it for school purposes and wanted to transfer to the town, the council wanted to transfer that parcel to the town manager as a public park, the council could do that. And
you would have
to.
to, there's a process for dedicating land. That's, if you didn't acquire it for that purpose and you want to have it protected sometime later, you would dedicate that land as protected land.
Once dedicated, you should record a notice at the Registry of Deeds to let the world know that it's been protected. Article 97 is a one-way ratchet. Once it's protected, the town can't take it out of protection. That you need Article 97 legislation with a 2/3 roll call vote.
So you can certainly do it, but once you do it, you did it.
And the town has to own the land, so they'd have to acquire it if it's currently in private hands before they.
Yeah, we can't
right.
dedicate private land.
Right.
Correct.
But Council Crowe?
Oops, sorry.
Thank you. I was also reading about 97, so I'm not sure it's in the legislation or the Constitution, but one of the things they also said is that being there not an equal swap of land, that financial accommodations would be made instead.
Right. There's a provision where, and I think it requires the secretary's approval, where if you're not replacing the land, you would put money aside, which would then be used to purchase land that would then be protected. The whole point when they call it no net loss is that you're not supposed to lose parkland.
Okay, thanks.
Council Starr?
Thank you. It would seem in this case that if you put a cable under a beach, you're not losing any parkland.
You're not, and that's why I think the legislature would potentially look at it a little more, with a little more flexibility as to those requirements in the law, because you still have a beach that's usable as a beach. Yeah, that's right.
And we also can't buy a piece of forest land between the transformer station and, say, the cable, where the cable comes in. At this point, I mean, it would be sort of like putting in a spite well, where they would look at it and say, you're only doing that to stop this project, wouldn't they? Does that make sense?
Well, they might. I mean, if we bought it and protected it, it would be protected. But then again, if they wanted to figure out how to get around it, then there are ways, as we discussed, that the state could get around. I think,
yeah.
While there are definitely ways the state can get around the town, I think with Dowses, where right now at least we don't have a host community agreement, I think that's a different situation than other projects where we expressed our support. And I think as a political matter, it's not that they couldn't do it, but I think it's a harder lift for the state to go against the express position of the town. They could. I don't know if they would.
It seems like it would change a lot, for every town would be upset about that on some.
Yeah. No, it would be a very big deal. Yes.
To get a 2/3 vote for that would be tough.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So just to kind of put a point on it for the beach and the roadway, as mentioned, Dowses is protected. Dowses Beach is protected under Article 97, having been acquired for bathing beach purposes. And we've covered that Article 97 legislation will be required in any event for a cable landing at Article 97 at Dowses Beach. The use of the roadway would require either easements or grant of locations. As I mentioned, an easement is a property interest, a location is essentially a permit right, but they function the same way. I think that one would prefer an easement versus a grant of location. But, if you can't get the easement, they might settle for that.
They would prefer an easement because I think that factors into their financing for their project. But if they couldn't get it, they would take the grants of location.
Mentioned the EFSB does not, and DPU do not have the authority to authorize a taking in the roadways for an easement at state eminent domain authority. They do have the ability to authorize a grant of location in the roadway. Finally, I just wanted to touch quickly upon the state procurement process that was, extended to tomorrow. Tomorrow, I understand tomorrow afternoon, the governor will have a press event where we will all learn more about the procurement. The procurement process concerns the potential sale of electricity, including by Commonwealth Wind, and its purchase by the utilities. Whatever announcement is made by the state, this procurement does not affect the MEPR and EFSB processes, and Commonwealth must complete its state review and permitting, which will take some time before any project could be finalized. Which I might not have mentioned as to, I might have glossed over for the Energy Facilities Siting Board process. The Commonwealth Wind is filed with the EFSB. Nothing has happened in that process for quite some time. The town filed to intervene as a full party in that process. Nothing will happen in that process until the siting board announces what is called the notice of adjudication, at which time the proceeding officially opens. At that point, some point after, but not before, the proceeding would get going, and the presiding officer would start issuing some decisions, such as whether the town's allowed to intervene. But until that occurs, it will continue and pause.
Right, so we filed the motion to intervene, but they haven't acted on it because they haven't gotten started yet. So I think that's our presentation. We're happy to answer questions.
Council Starr?
Just a quick, so why hasn't the EFSB moved forward? Are they waiting for the procurement decisions?
I have no idea.
Okay,
One can only speculate.
okay. So there's a chance that tomorrow we'll find out that maybe Dowses Beach isn't included in the procurement. We won't know.
We'll
Okay.
find out
Which
tomorrow
would-
what we'll find out.
Which wouldn't stop it, because they're still moving forward with EFSB. But it might delay it for a while, till the next procurement, whatever. Okay, thank you.
It's like you're talking yourself out of it. Just thinking openly, I know. It's a project in process. Anybody over here? No? Okay. Other questions? We have questions from the public that were submitted to us. I have to find them.
Many of the issues that people had questions on have been addressed. A lot of the questions pertain back to Vineyard Wind or Park City Wind, which we're not going to get into tonight. Let me just grab a couple of them here, excuse me. Now, the area up around Oak Street, Spruce Pond Road, the area where the Plum Street and the fire tower, how much of that land there is protected and would be subject to Article 97? Are you aware of any land there?
There is a good amount of land that's protected by Article 97, most notably the land, whether it's the fire district or the town land that abuts Oak Street is protected by Article 97. The Commonwealth Wind has an option on certain parcels of land, west and north of the DCR fire tower. And their draft environmental impact report, they claimed sufficient rights to use the DCR fire tower road for their duck bank. I think we would have something to say about that in the final environmental impact report. But if their rights were If they were correct, they wouldn't need an easement from the town. If they were incorrect, and that their road, that they didn't have sufficient rights to use that road, they would need an easement from the town to cross the town's land, or from the fire district to cross the fire district land. On both instances, those would require Article 97 legislation.
And we're not convinced they're correct.
Would Article 97 legislation be required for each parcel, or could they come in and say, you can go basically wherever you want? We're waiving Article 97 for all of the lands under the control of Barnstable. They may have to, do a different one for the fire district
Well, the
lands.
legislation would have to identify
Each
exactly
parcel
what
by
they're
parcel
giving
by parcel?
authorization. Yeah.
Okay.
And
You
to
could
your
do it in
point,
one bill, but.
Right, they could do it all in one bill. To your point, if they're going to do it for one property, they
They'll
would
do
need
it.
to do it for all and would do it for all. No point just doing it for one parcel if that doesn't enable the project.
I mean, they can't just say the property owned by the town. They have to specify what property they're
Each
talking
parcel
about.
by parcel. And the fire district, for example, would be a separate bill, or could they do it under the same bill?
They could do it in the same bill. I mean, they would need to reasonably identify the land, the purpose for which the land is held, the purpose to which it would be diverted, and and who what public entities own it.
Okay.
Councilor Crowe?
Thank you, President Penn. After listening to the presentation, I think it would probably be a good idea maybe to have a process map that's more simple and step by step by step, that's not legalese that we can all understand. I think the public would appreciate that also.
When you say process map, what do you mean? Do you mean
I mean, all the steps that have to be
there's
made.
a lot of process stuff that we covered, so I'm
I
just-
know, all the steps that have to be made and when those have to be made, which comes first, which comes next, and the stations along the way for them to, for say Avangrid to go ahead and move this project along.
So you're thinking the MEPA process, the
Yeah, and you've
EFSB
got to go there, and
process.
then you got to go here, and then you got to go Cape Cod Commission, whatever, and I think it'd be.
We could do that.
We could
be
do that.
helpful
we
to
could do
have that.
To the extent there are dates, look
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
certain action, we can attach those. Many of these, they might not have dates, but. we
I can
put
understand that,
Yeah,
but I
no,
think
we can
it'd
do
be
that.
easier to follow, maybe.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilor Tamish?
Some of the questions refer to concessions, for example. Let's just go with the assumption, say Avangrid is the vendor, that requirements to be made on Avangrid if they did come into town. Am I right in saying that if they got permission to come into town, the town obviously objected, which I'm sure we will, the town objected, and the only person at that point who could give the protections maybe that the town wanted would be the EFSB, and we'd be at their mercy, so to speak, because if we don't have a host community agreement with Avangrid or whoever, that we can only rely on the EFSB for
We would-
whatever protections we want?
We would be at the mercy of the EFSB, and it would have to be something that they felt was under their jurisdiction. So as long as they felt that it was something that was within their jurisdiction, we could ask for it, and then they would consider what they wanted to do about that. If we wanted something, I know one of the questions had to do with, protection of businesses along a route. The EFSB isn't going to get into that type of issue, and the only way we could address an issue like that, and the way we've done it with Park City Wind, is through a host community agreement. So if we don't have a host community agreement, we are giving up the ability to negotiate for certain benefits and protections, but not having an agreement gives us the ability to oppose the project.
So it's a double-edged sword.
Right. And then if there are things that we could advocate for before the EFSB, we could certainly do that, but that's what we'd be doing, is advocating. Tell me if you disagree with any of that.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
I've been asked about, deals with Article 97. One of the alternatives to coming on the beach may be to come at the end of Weano Avenue where it hits the ocean. Is that something we can possibly protect under Article 97? Is that private land or is it public land there?
Very recently, I've looked at that very location. My initial research indicates, don't hold me to this 100%, that it is that area is part of the Weano Avenue roadway layout. I have, it was not taken or required for an Article 97 purpose, and I have not identified yet any town meeting or town council action that would have subsequently dedicated that to protect it to an Article 97 purpose.
So while we're still looking at it, it does not appear that it's protected.
Okay.
Could I just clarify, Councilor Crowe, you're talking about directly off the end of
All the
Weano
way
Avenue?
at the end of
straight-
Weano Avenue.
Straight out?
All the way at the end of Weano, and there's right on Seaview, there's actually a little tiny parking area, and that area sitting there, and there's a couple of benches there.
What we refer to as the town landing.
Town landing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Council Turkelson.
If it is not currently protected, why can't we make a dedication and protect that land now?
You can.
Okay.
Okay?
Good.
That seems like a good way to protect a piece of land. At least it's better than nothing.
Would you like to add that to our agenda for September 19th? Like you have no work to do, I'm just saying. Council Clark.
Thank you very much, President Penn, and thank you both Tom and Karen for your comprehensive overview on where we're at. Two questions, and thank you, Councilor Turkelson and Crowe, for raising this issue about Seaview Ave. That's very interesting. On the other hand, if it's a landing, it's going to have traffic with propellers or other, how do I want to say, possible interferences with a cable that might be underneath. Just throwing that out there. It just is occurring to me, even though I know that horizontal drilling goes deep. I understand that. Going back to the Article 97 exchange lands or trade lands, if the town does not have a host community agreement at Dowses and the town chooses to not support the landing at Dowses and gets overridden by the EFSB, then who chooses where these trade lands or the comparable exchange lands come from?
Well, again, the legislature could waive that. They could waive that.
So we
Because
might
that's not in the Constitution, that's in the state law.
So there might not be any compensation for trade lands at all, even though it's Article 97 property? Or should it be found to be so?
And if they don't waive it in the legislation, they could specify what it is, but it wouldn't mean that the town gets a say.
Correct.
That would be too bad.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Council Ledke?
Yes, I had a question, and I alluded to it earlier, and several of our commenters did, in terms of, and also Attorney Nober. You began your presentation and you said that in October 2023, the town does not support this landing at Dowses through the MEPA process. And I've made this comment before. When we say the town, we don't know who that is. That was submitted, I think, through the town manager and probably through your offices to the MEPA process.
Which is a big reason why we want to have this discussion.
And that's
with
exactly it. We did not have a vote on that.
Correct.
But currently, I guess they could say the town does not support it through the MEPA process, which is an official state process. I think it's important that each one of the councilors answer the question. Councilor Bloom answered it quite forcefully earlier in the response to public comment, because I think there's a notion that everybody has a price or that Barnstable is for sale. And we've certainly, we don't hear it so much anymore, but early on, Avangrid, their radio commercials were so blatantly overinflated in terms of the price they were paying, and a lot of people were like, oh my God, we can't do the sewer without Avangrid. But Mark Milne did a beautiful presentation on the sewer, and he showed us we're funding it without any Avangrid money. And in fact, they're just paying for some pavement, which they'd have to do anyways. So, I mean, I'd like everybody here to offer. I'm not talking about a vote, but perhaps they could say, for a price, yeah, bring it to Dowses. Or maybe not price. In my position, there is no price. And I agree with Councilor Bloom. And one of the things that I've found, because I have a great deal of experience in this, and I've seen it, and especially in the Cape Cod Commission and these other MEPA processes, that they never look at the cumulative effects. They're looking at one project, one project, one project. It's the cumulative here, that's really the killer. And we're the only ones that I think have the perspective to do that, or the wherewithal, because we're never going to get that out of any of these official entities. So I would encourage my fellow town councilors just to say, so we're not voting, just to give your position on this. Thank you.
Councilor Tamish?
I'm glad to say that I would not support this project in any way, shape, manner, or form. Just to let people know, if this does come up for a vote next meeting, I'm going to be out west, so I will not be here, but and we can't proxy vote, but I do not support it. All right.
If I could, just for a moment, there's also no reason, you don't have to take a vote at the very next meeting. Nothing's going to happen in the next 2 weeks that's going to suddenly depend on how you vote. So if you wanted to wait until a meeting where it was likely you were all here, you could do that. I don't think if you did it in 2 weeks, it would change anything.
You're off the hook.
Well, it's up to you. It's up to you, but,
Councilor Vec.
Thank you, President Penn, and welcome back. I would not support Dowses Beach. Honestly, my actions, though I haven't stood on top of a table and pounded my chest and said, get out of town, but, I have, even when I was president, when they pulled out of the power purchase agreement, town manager Ells and I decided that we're going to stop negotiations. That was December of 2022. We didn't revoke it necessarily because, quite honestly, the town council didn't have to vote on it. Mark Ells can make that decision himself. And to his credit, he did.
Point of order. Do we need to go through the previous history? I thought we weren't going to relitigate that. We're just going to go.
We're talking about
from here out.
Dowses Beach, though. We're talking about Dowses
But
Beach.
you're bringing up the past. I think you should just make a statement from here out what you vote.
No point of order. We was told we can talk about Dowses Beach, and I'm talking about Dowses Beach. And I'm trying to be in perspective. I know you like to revise history, but unfortunately, we're not here to do that. So,
Matt, I'd like you to apologize to me personally.
no, I'm not.
I would like you to let him talk.
So I'm just trying to help in the process and know and state my stance. I was asked to state my stance and why I did that. And so I'm trying to do that very politely and very non-threatening. So I don't understand what the threat is. That being said, and I'm sorry about the uncomfortableness, I really am. But that's what we have here on this council. So So at that point in time, we decided that we weren't going to move forward with that. And then we took further action later in 2023 to officially revoke it and move forward in that direction. So that's before. So it has been discussed at the town council level. First, I just want to say thank you for the presentation, too. I think you've been doing a great job. I think you're working really hard to try to do the best you can with what we have, and that's obvious, I think, in this presentation, so I appreciate that. With that, the last presentation Mark Milne did do, he actually did take the $16 million that we would get from Park City Wind and put it right into the presentation, and it bought us a few years in having to do a debt exclusion override. So to say that, that's unfortunate, and I just have to correct that and say that the $16 million was placed in that, and it would save the taxpayer money. And but again, I'm still against Dowses Beach. I believe it's too much. And what we've learned since, again, not trying to revise history, these negotiations were done 6 years ago, quite honestly, when I first joined the council. So again, we live and learn, and we move forward with the knowledge that we have currently. But for the record, I think I've been pretty consistent. I would not be in favor of approving any Article 97 and doing what we can do to fight it along the way. So thank you.
Okay, we're gone as far as we're going to go tonight. We'll talk about this again. Future meetings. Not next meeting because Craig won't be here, so maybe the first meeting in October. Give it time to settle. All right, we're good? Any other questions for our attorney team? No? We're going to get on to business of the day. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Tom,
Attorney
Craig's got a
LaRosa,
question for you.
Would it be possible for you to send that synopsis of your presentation to us?
Yeah.
Just, we have everything in front of us? Be great. Thank you.
Thank you for that. What do you want? What do you need? Oh, okay. You okay?
President Penn, will we have an opportunity for counselor communications before we break or go to additional presentations?
Sure.
I have a big announcement that there's another Millbilly breakfast this Sunday from 8 to 10 at Liberty Hall. And for the low cost of $10, pancakes, scrambled eggs, sausage or bacon, home fries, coffee, tea, and orange juice. So definitely think about coming on Sunday morning at Liberty Hall. And I know that my fellow counselor Levesque will be in the back. I don't know, what's your specialty usually? It's the...
Yes.
Yes. It's eggs, sausage, pancakes. So
Everything but the pancakes.
everything but the pancakes. So hope all of you have an appetite on Sunday morning and can join us. Thank you.
All righty.
Just to reciprocate the feel-goodness, I just wanted to congratulate Councilor Schnepp on a wonderful performance at the Katuitt Center of the Arts. She starred as Mrs. Lohman in Death of a Salesman, so did an incredible job, and appreciate her dedication not only to her craft, but also to a great organization like Katuitt Center of the Arts that does so many great things for the artists in not only Barnstable, but throughout Cape Cod. So I just wanted to congratulate you on a wonderful performance, and I'm glad I got to attend.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? All right, I think we're going to take probably a 10-minute break. Does that make sense? So, time is it? 8:30? See you back at 8:45. Oops. Okay, everybody back? Almost. Close enough.
10 o'clock, 11 o'clock?
So we had several presentations were pre-recorded. One of them was Great Streets presentation by Jim Kupfer. One of them was the opioid settlement with Assistant Manager Andy Clyburn and Deputy Chief Ellis, and told us exactly what we needed to know when. And the last one was private roads workshop with Town Manager Ells. I'm going to do this kind of in reverse order as far as questions and answers in case anybody needs to know stuff. It seemed to me that Mr. Ells, who gave us a ton of information about private roads and the current policies that we have about them, taking or not private and public roads, that he kind of gave us 5 reasons and situations where the council might institute a policy where we would consider road taking, which would be different than what the policy is now. So it doesn't mean we're going to, it just means we would consider it. So in order to do that, we actually need a draft policy of some sort, which we do not have at this point in time. So I would just like to hear general input from people. We don't have to get into the weeds about the whole thing, but as to whether you think that's a good idea to come up with a draft policy and at a future meeting that indicates that we would consider on new development, everything from new development to roads that have been, Yeah, connector roads to whatever. There's basically 5 scenarios that would be covered by it. So does anybody object to doing that? And then we could have discussions about doing that, because that would be a new position for town council. Council Starr.
Oh, thank you. The private roads were broken into 5 different categories, and I agree. I think that we should ask the town manager to move forward and develop some policies, maybe not on all 5 of them at once, but just because there's a lot to do there to figure out there are legal questions, financial questions, but maybe if we worked on the first 2 or something and said, come back with a policy on new roads and the CWMP roads that we're putting we're getting easements across. So that my suggestion would be to take the first 2 and say,
Okay,
please move
Councilor
on.
Tamish.
I think the policy should address all 5 of them, and because if you don't, you're still going to leave a number of streets in limbo and a number of issues. Now, if you did the first 2, which would be the new roads and private roads, including the implementation of the CWMP, you're not dealing with the primary and collector roads. I think, or you're not dealing with private roads that have temporary repairs that may have been brought up to standard and could be accepted, or, what about all the remaining private roads? So I think you have to have an integrated policy without leaving out other categories.
I'm hoping that the policy is generic enough that it would just lead us to consideration, and then everything else would be on a case-by-case basis, so it could be any one of the 5 categories. I think we'd like just something generic enough to get us into the discussion phase. Council Mendez.
Glad you remember my name. I happen to agree with Councilor Tamish, but what I believe we should do is we have to concentrate on the older private roads that are used en masse by the public, because those are all in disarray. They're all in disrepair because, the state doesn't let us repair them up to par. And we can go all through it, especially Hyannis, where half of a road is private, half the other road is public. and you go through the part that's public, and the road is nice and up to date and nice sidewalks, and then you merge onto the private part of it, and it looks like you're in a different city. So I think that we have to have a comprehensive effort, but I think we have to have also a concentrated effort on the older roads that are commonly used by the public, the private roads that are commonly used by the public.
Okay.
That's my thoughts.
Councilor Beck?
I kind of agree with everybody, to be honest with you. But particularly Vice President Tamish in the fact that all things considered, but in the presentations that we've had, Town Manager Ells has made a priority list of what we should do. So I think we should just go by his recommendation and follow that priority list. Can't do it all at once, but at the same time, what's the low-hanging fruit, right? CWMP, they're already paved. We can do that. Or the roads, repair roads. And I probably maybe have to recuse myself from that vote because that just happened to my street, So something like that. And then the connector roads. The only thing is, like with the connector roads, and that came up in the last budget, and I think it's worth repeating, is that that's taken out of the money that's been dedicated to the sewer fund. So do we continue to do, we have to make that choice. Do we continue to do that, or do we find another source of funding in regards to that? So again, which isn't necessarily easy, but I just wanted to reiterate that there was a priority list kind of made by the town manager that I think we could follow.
Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Penn. Having watched all 4 of those private workshop meetings over again, and having spent some time with Town Manager Ells discussing this, I'm looking forward to us actually moving this forward because it seems like it keeps coming up and coming up. So however he recommends we get it done, I'd like to get it done. And I know it'll be time consuming, but I think it'll be time well spent.
Okay. So I don't think we need a vote. Do we need a vote? No. No, I think everybody's in the same boat, rowing someplace that we would move toward consideration on a case-by-case basis. Councilor Starr?
Can we ask Mr. Ells what?
You can.
What's involved in moving forward?
He's been sitting here all night. He might as well come up and share some words with us.
You don't have to start again, but what's involved in each one, or how quickly would you like? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mark Ellis, Town Manager, and thank you for this opportunity to continue to discuss private roads. And, I think all that was said, pointing out the prioritization and the timing, but more broadly, the fairness in approaching all of them. Because to me, I step back, and the question from your town manager to the town council is, do you want to consider the taking of private roads? If you go back to the committee that was created under the town council approximately, 22 through 2014, the conclusion to that was we are not considering taking private roads. That was one of them. There were other actions. This would be a modification to that. So I would ask the town attorney in a general sense to do what's been suggested, which is to give formal direction. I think it's important. And then for you to expect myself and staff to bring to you in a logical order how we would recommend you considering these private roads. Some will be very simple, though the outcomes could be complicated. Right now, we have our Director of Planning here, and when a proponent comes in to do a definitive plan for a subdivision, part of that discussion is, because right now, our framework for that allows for the consideration of a new road being built to go before the legislative body, but a prior legislative body has said we are not considering them. So a simple new message to the director would be a resolve, I would imagine, but I'll leave that to the town attorney, that would allow the director to say, yes, you can bring this forward for consideration. It doesn't obligate So that would be one example of those 5 categories. The CWMP and actually the remaining other categories, I really think we continue to bring in the easements in batches until we more formally come up with what might result from you considering the taking of a private road and making it public. Because the challenge we will have with existing private roads is that they're going to come to us in many forms. And if we're going to only hold a brand new road construction by those specified standards as the form that's acceptable, in the end, we may not take very many in this community. So on the flip side, I've advised you that we're going to be putting down new asphalt on half the private roads, and half of our community is going to end up with sewer and new roads. And if from day one we don't maintain them, they last a shorter time. They're less safe and functional over time. And in the end, our resident doesn't understand this. How can I live on a road that's split? That makes no sense. But we live with the actions of the past. So that's what I'd recommend. I'd recommend that you, in some form, and I'll leave it to the town attorney, give clear direction. You asked me what's the obligation we will have here. It is a significant commitment of resources. I think, so I'll stop there because that sounds like bad news. It really isn't. It's a needed commitment of resources. I think that time is what makes this an achievable goal for us. It's taken 50 years to get here. I mean, a lot of these came in the 70s when growth really and expansion really started on the Cape, even though it had been happening, ever since World War II, I think. But really happened in the 70s and in the 80s. But so now, if we take 2 decades to get out of it, okay, that I think that's about what it's going to take. So time's on our side. That coincides kind of nicely with the CWMP, I think. And when we get done, every road that we're going to want to consider will be considered. And it'll be you or future legislative bodies that'll have that option until they change this policy. So I hope that's helpful.
I think a policy for consideration is about as neutral as you could get. Councilor Starr?
Just, you said it would take considerable resources. Are you talking about setting
Maintenance.
policy? What's that?
Maintenance.
Well, that's an end. That's an end. In the beginning, it'll be DPW, legal, my office, certainly planning to a certain extent that will, right now when you come to us, unless it's an emergency, and that's really on DPW in a sense, and you realize they have, highways about a $4 million budget, and we had $90,000 to respond to emergencies on private roads. So it's a very, very small amount of money we have to even do this. Pretty much we say, unless you're willing to step up as a neighborhood and pay for this, we'll come out and do an emergency response. And DPW now does a really good job in trying to do this as best they can. We're going to have to put a lot of legwork up front. I'm just telling you, we got to start researching, because I could have director, of planning come up here and explain to you how a road's created in a subdivision. And part of that is they create the necessary plans so that the legislative body can take it. So in theory, those existed at one point and may still exist. We haven't done the research to find out what exists and what doesn't. Some roads that predate that, you got ownership to the middle, you got ownership to the side, you got a portion. That's going to get really confusing. And then don't exclude, and I know you don't, our public. Because our public may say to our legislative body, yes, I live on a private road and I'm good with it. Now, we don't assume that, but they may say that to us. So we need to involve them in this so that in the end you have all the information to make a good decision. What I'm describing is labor intensive.
So
you're asking us to take on a challenge here.
Okay, so it's labor intensive to set up the policy and do the research.
No, I think we can handle that. The research, yes. What legal and DPW or our survey, yes. I'm gonna want to lay it all out, show it to you, say this is what we're looking at. I mean, your policy doesn't say we are going to lay out and accept private roads. Your policy would say we are going to consider
Each one, yeah.
and it opens a new door for discussion.
But if it's a new subdivision, you can say it needs to be built to these specifications, but that policy needs to be developed. So would you rather develop all 5 of them at once, or would you like to take a couple at a time?
I think that it's 2 steps. I think that we want to, and that's what I heard being discussed here. I think that we're going to want to establish a broad policy for all of them, saying that the town council, the legislative body, is willing to consider accepting. I think that then you turn it back to the administration and say, show us how we're going to do this. And come up with what it's going to take for resources to do this. And in the end, as President Penn said, okay, you're going to end up with capital and operating costs, and when will those come into effect? And how will we do this with our neighborhoods? If you go back to the 1998 Roads Committee report that was created by the council then, and it was the public and the council that was serving on that. Their recommendation was to participate in the temporary repair to private roads program, but at the end of that process, at the end of that 100% betterment back to the people who lived on the private road, the town took the road. Mm-hmm. That was their recommendation. And so basically, you get a new road, and then there forward, it gets put into the public inventory and is maintained initially with operating budget, and ultimately, at the end of its life, or somewhere along, whatever our pavement management system recommends, it becomes a capital investment as well. So. But I don't know, you may not want to do that. We need to have these discussions, but right now, until you say yay or nay, like Councilor Turkelson said to me, Mark, I watched 4 presentations, and you kind of said the same thing 4 times. You,
5 now.
We talked a lot longer than that, but 5 now, yes.
See, there's agreement across the board. Council Stark.
So, Mr. Ells, are there other towns that are doing this? I mean, there must be other towns that have.
There are, and there's other towns with policies, and our planning director, and with the assistance of Roger Parsons, our former engineer, have already started to do that research. Roger is actively involved and has been for the last 2 years with me, more recently in the last year, and will continue to do so. He came in to do that job that served Weaver Road and many others in our community. I've also forwarded y'all the list of the 44 roads and the 23 roads, and those aren't it. That's not, I mean, those are what we believe them to be at this time, but certainly others can be added as they participate in the temporary repair to private roads, or are receiving sewers with new pavement. We're going to have to roll those in as well, because you want to maximize the useful life of the road. There was something in my presentation this time that showed you how much more expensive it gets, the more significant the fix that we have to do. So you're always kind of trying to push that timeline and the life this way, because the cost is much less per unit when you have a better road surface. Okay?
So I think we should move, maybe we can't vote tonight, but I think we should move all 5 of them forward and say, please start to do the work.
I'm going to ask Karen to come up. I think that's more for her to advise you on what action, whether it can happen tonight or in the future.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you should take a vote tonight, because obviously we didn't put anything on the agenda. We're just looking for some direction before we expend time and effort on this. We want to know that generally this is something you're looking for us to come back with, something for you to vote to get this started and get this moving. So just want to, I think, just get a feel from all of you as to where you're at on this, because it is a shift from where we were before. But
Okay.
You know,
Yeah. No,
we're just trying to, you know, not expend time and energy on something that's going to be dead on arrival, you know?
Yeah, I don't see it as DOA right now, so I think the time is right to, as generic as possible.
Okay. We'll come back with
That's my
some, we'll come
theory.
back with something.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, thank you. I see Deputy Police Jen Ellis is here. Did you want to give us a summary or answer questions? Anybody have any questions about the opioid settlement presentation that they did? I thought it was very well done. Council Bloom.
Good evening, council members. I'm Deputy Chief Jennifer Ellis from the Barnstable Police Department.
Council Bloom, did you have a question?
Yes. I'm concerned about the timeline. And you've been at this for a year, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What more do you want to do? And when do you think you can get it done by?
So the next steps is to, we've already established a core group who will oversee the process moving forward. And I think we're hoping that we are going to craft a funding application for special interest groups that would like to apply for the grant. We would also like to be able to accept grant funds from other people that may want to donate funds towards this program, towards this issue. So I think we're hoping to have an application to receive funds for the beginning of the year, beginning of 2025.
Good.
And in the next couple months, just getting organized as the core group.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else?
Good evening, Lynn Point, Director of Communications. I just want to add that we were originally supposed to get a lot of guidance from the state, which we didn't get. And they have since, in the past 2 weeks, come out and said that what we've done, which is a public engagement process, is exactly what communities should be doing. So I think that what the state was hoping was that a community would do something that they could use for all other communities that were getting these funds. But the public engagement process was definitely something that they are looking for communities to do.
Councilor Turkelson.
I know that other communities have received these funds as well, so I'm just wondering if the group has taken the time to look into what other communities have done so that if there's something that's useful and effective that's already been used and utilized as far as applications or where monies have gone and seen results, if those, you know, kind of learn, don't recreate the wheel if it's already working somewhere else. I'm wondering if that's been considered in order to speed up and help augment what we're doing.
I think that like this process over the past year really has been an opportunity for us to meet with community members and people that are sort of boots on the ground with this epidemic at all levels. So I think that's what we've done over the past year. And now that we have this core group, that is the time for us maybe to start looking at what some other communities are doing and how they're spending the funds so that we can be very thoughtful as we accept these grant applications and consider how we're going to spend the funds.
Councilor Turkelson.
And, you know, addiction doesn't just stop at our borders to the left and right of us. I would assume that, I don't know if there's other communities that we'd want to engage with as far as programs that are running in towns to the left and the right of us that might be appropriate that we're engaged in. And I don't know how many people from outside of the town of Barnstable came to our, you know, our meetings. I didn't take a poll of the audience of the people that I worked with. I think most of them actually were local to Barnstable. But just wondering, because the drug addiction really is Cape-wide, if there's any collaboration that the town would want to be utilizing to maybe make funds more effective.
So I I think that we're going to consider that. And yes, regionalization definitely came up. That's something for us to consider in the core group moving forward. And, you know, yeah, obviously addiction knows no boundaries. I personally feel like we're always on the hook for our funds in the town of Barnstable. Like everyone's always looking to us to do everything and solve a lot of the societal issues that we have on the Cape. So I personally feel like we have to be very thoughtful about that. But we did have a lot of people that came to these meetings that were from other communities, a lot of people from other communities, because there's other communities that have things that we don't have here, so.
One of the other things is that a number of the organizations that participated in some of our outreach are multi-jurisdictional organizations. They don't focus solely on the town of Barnstable. They represent large areas. And when you were asking about were we looking at other communities that have had submitted applications and stuff like that, we have been looking at that because we are looking to do a notice of fund availability, I think before the end of the year. And so we have been looking because the state is saying that there's 4 categories that we should be focusing on, you know, prevention, recovery. There's a number, you know, so we're looking at, they will probably each have a different application because they're going to be focusing on a different need.
Councilor Schnapp?
Do you anticipate that the town of Barnstable might retain some of the funding for our own programming, or do you think all of it will be sent out to other providers of care?
I think that one of the things that we talked about, I don't want to speak out of turn, but one of the things that we talked about was maybe trying to come up with some money within the town to see if we could perhaps hire someone who could help us steer our way through this process to make sure that we're, you know, that it's a smooth process and that we're being thoughtful and making the most impact that we can.
Council Mendez?
Hi.
Deputy Chief. Regionalization and collaboration is always a good thing, but don't forget, because of the size of our town and our location, we get everybody's problems. So we need to be a little bit selfish when it comes to that. If people, we should be getting funds from other towns, not our funds going to other towns, because we have all the services, we have all the nefarious characters seem to flock to Barnstable. So we need to be cognizant of that with not only these funds, but any funds we spend. So I'm in the mode of we have to be a little bit more selfish than we have to be more giving as far as this goes.
Counselor, I totally agree with you, and that's probably from my vast experience on the community impact unit and dealing with homelessness for years in our town and seeing how much money our town spends on that, and we seem to absorb a lot of issues from other towns. So that will definitely be something that we're considering carefully.
Councilor Clark?
Thank you very much, President Penn, and thank you, Deputy Chief, for your presentation and for your years of hard work. If is this group going to be empowered to write for grants and augment the opioid monies coming to the town of Barnstable, to kind of to Councilor Mendez' point, to invest in the town of Barnstable and make those dollars stretch?
I don't know that we would be writing the grants. I don't think that's part of our mission, but I think that if we were able at some point, if we were able to hire somebody else through the town to help us with this process, maybe that's a role that they could fulfill. But we're looking to accept grants or funds from, you know, other agencies or individuals that would be looking to contribute to this. Any other questions?
Councilor Lucky?
When will we get another presentation that discusses some of the questions that have been brought up here, the fidelity and moving forward? Because you've mentioned perhaps the need to hire someone. I'd like to have that fleshed out to see why we'd have to hire someone and that we couldn't do it. I'd like to see the mechanism. You said maybe we're looking at January. Could we have another presentation from your group in a couple of months to see where you are?
Of course.
And then the second, when you answered, I was, these 4 categories, the prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery. You said those were dictated by the state.
Yes.
Will the outreach that you did, are you going to take the results of that outreach and parse them into each of the 4 categories to better understand where our needs are and get them, because I don't know what the definition of those, they seem very broad. And I don't know if the state defines them or they're defined within the whole aspect of opioid addiction. I don't know. But again, I'm just looking for greater fidelity and kind of echoing what Councilor Bloom, I'd like to keep a little closer eye on this and get just a little more. It's been a year, and this is the first update I'd like to have more frequent updates, I guess, is the point, and try to have a better understanding of this. Thank you.
More frequent updates, yes.
One of the things that the community outreach did was that we were able to put a lot of what we were finding out from our participants into the 4 categories. There's a lot that can fit into each category. Barnstable Public Schools fits into prevention and stuff like that, but they also have other issues. So that's why it was really important that one of the people that participated with us on the design team was actually from Barnstable Public Schools. And we had our focus groups were specifically focused on those 4 categories. So we had the large general meeting, and then we had individual focus groups that had smaller groups of people with it. I think the intention is to provide a future update, especially as the notice of fund availability goes out, that the council would be hearing about that as well. And it would probably be through Deputy Ellis and Assistant Town Manager Clyburn, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight and asked if I could just jump in every now and then. So,
Which you have done, thank you. I think total dollars with this is something like $3 million, is that right? Projected, somewhere in that category?
It is $3,223,000. Yes.
3.2 something.
$3,233,884.
Meaningful money.
Yes.
Yeah, good for you. Well, it's nice.
Good for us.
Well, it is nice to have enough to make an impact, which can be frustrating in a category like this for such a long time. Good for you. All right, so we'll have another update at some point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And the third, I know we don't want to delay orders of the day, but we did have a good presentation about great streets from Jim Kupfer. I was glad to see the timetable on that stretches into final timetables like spring of 2026. Is that what you said? If my memory serves me, which it probably didn't.
Yes, good evening, Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning. Yes, that's hopefully it doesn't take us to the full spring of 2026 and we get this done sooner. I mean, obviously, as I mentioned in the presentation, we've heard the public, the desire and the absolute need for this transformative project here in downtown Hyannis. We would love to get it going quicker than that date, but we are working through proper logistics, making sure that this is done correctly. Working with our fire chief, speaking with the residents, talking with the steamship, just to really understand go. As I mentioned in the presentation, the process is ongoing. The designs are being worked on. We will have a 75% public engagement process, which DPW will lead with the assistance of planning, with the hopes to wrap up our design fairly soon thereafter with incorporation of public comment. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but, and I did want to make one note, if I may. Did hear public comment regarding ADA compliance. While not specifically in the scope of Great Streets, we do work, hand in hand with DPW. DPW did file, and the council did fund a capital request for this year to begin that activity of ADA compliance on Main Street. And so while it won't fund the entirety in one shot, there will be further requests, I'm sure. I don't want to speak for DPW, but that is an obvious need and an obvious priority. While it wasn't associated directly with the Great Street, it does run hand in hand with it. But happy to answer any questions.
Council Lutke.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. It was a really good presentation. I liked your focus on the 5 points or 6 points or whatever it's called down there. One thing that strikes me as a customer of that intersection probably every day coming up Old Colony, particularly in the summer when the ferry comes in, you can't get on Ocean Street. It's not happening. So that's why that light is very valuable. So I'm just hoping you really are looking at that. The Harbor Hawks play down there. I know the buses park down there. So has that come up in the discussions? I mean, how are people going to get onto Ocean Street coming up Old Colony?
They're not.
Coming up Old Colony, you mean in the reverse way? So coming back to Ocean Street and going out of town, going to 132.
Coming from the Hyannisport, the
Point South.
Point South, Keys Beach, Gosnold, that area. There's a lot of people that come up the Old Colony and use that way to get to Yarmouth or into downtown. I don't see how they're going to get onto Ocean Street.
So coming from that direction, there's multiple points of access. Nantucket is the first one. Bay is the next one. Old Colony approach to Ocean Street, it still remains. So yes, when boats let out, it's going to be a challenge. 90% of the year will not be a challenge. The connector to South Street will also now be two ways and an opportunity to turn right onto South Street and enter into the roundabout in that direction as well. So there's actually going to be, and this is the kind of a consistent theme through this project, there's now multiple points of entrance throughout the scoped area. So it's going to reduce redundant trips as well. For instance, myself coming here, I no longer have to get on Main Street. I can take a left onto South Street and a right into Town Hall. So it's going to be reducing a lot of redundant trips, which will certainly help efficiency of all of our intersections.
Actually, I was looking forward to a redesign of what you call 6 points, because I know that you've had quite a bit of input from people who do live south of South Street who don't think that it's as well designed as it could be right now. I'm being diplomatic. That's as diplomatic as I could be.
I appreciate
right
that.
Now.
And we certainly have had a lot of communications with residents south of that intersection. One of the major concerns is truly, this is a main access to the harbor and to unloading and loading of boats. And so we made sure that not only, the Steamship Authority with their very large vessels or vehicles can get through, but also, one gentleman asked, hey, I have an F-150 with I forget the size boat, but am I going to be able to get through that? So we ran that truck turning movement as well, just to make sure, it's not only safe, but practical in every sense of the way. So yes, certainly having ongoing conversations with residents. We hope as we're continuing this design, again, the 75% design process will allow for us to then re-engage our public at that point.
Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Penn. When you're doing the estimation of the size of the vehicles on the space that you've designed, is that 3D? Like, I guess it would be nice to be able to see, if I was a car, what would it look like? And to actually see the traffic in motion, or is it just like this view that we have here where it's the 6 points and you're looking down at it?
Right. Well, it is two-dimensional. It allows for you to see the route of the wheels themselves and where they maneuver through. So we requested the largest vehicle from Steamship Authority, because that's going to be the largest vehicle that would very likely traverse through here. And we ran it through the model to see where those wheels would maneuver through the intersection. And we had to, push-pull this intersection to accommodate that, but obviously not wanting to overextend this intersection, because then you lose that pedestrian feel, that connectivity. So there was a lot of push-pull there, but the model does show the wheel routes. Doesn't show a 3D model of a truck driving through it.
We need somebody who's good with computer graphics to do that for us. There's not like some high school kid that could do that for us, like a computer game that could literally show us what it would look like. That would be kind of neat.
I'm sure we could get something.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That reminded me, I had another question when you mentioned 3D. You made quite a point, Jim, in your presentation about talking about the telephone poles, and at one point you mentioned raising the wires. I would like to see a cost estimate of burying the utilities there, because I think this would be an enormously missed opportunity. And you talked about vistas and viewpoints, not to bury utilities. I know it's expensive, but the payback may be worth the cost in terms of what we're going to do down there to, like you said, that's the gateway to the harbor. So I'd really like to see in your work an estimate for burying and not just moving poles and raising wires.
I'm sure we could have that discussion with utilities. I do know that is a major trunk line with the hospital and all that connected to this. And so that number will be astronomical, I would imagine, but we can certainly provide that.
All right, we all set here?
Thank
Good,
you all.
thank you. Let's get on to old business. Item number 2025-009. Councilor Mendez, did you want to read this into the record?
Sure. Thank you, President Penn. This is old business, item number 2025-009. May be acted upon majority vote. Reappointment to a board, committee, commission, as written.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We just need a majority vote on this. This is a second reading already. Is there any discussion on anything that's here? No? All right, majority vote. All those in favor of reappointments? Looks like it's unanimous. Thank you. May they all go so smoothly. All righty. 2025-10. Councilor Neary.
My pleasure. This is old business and may be acted upon with a majority vote. It's item number 2025-010. It's appointments to board, committee, and commissions as it's written.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Sorry about that. I know, they're going to kill me in that other room over there. Sorry about that. Any discussion, questions? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 2025-012. Council Levesque.
Thank you, President Penn. This is old business. This is item, may be acted upon majority vote. This is item number 2025-012. Resolve approving a letter of support for establishment of a paint stewardship program as written.
Second.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge that Councilor Starr actually drafted this letter for us. Thank you for doing that. He's kind of nodding his head, but not really. Are there any questions about this? No?
Sorry, no questions, but I do want to acknowledge the work that the Infrastructure Committee has done to bring this forward. And when the presenter spoke to our council in August, we received a handout that shows that 103 communities, some already are a group of communities, such as the County of Barnstable, have already signed on to this, including businesses and non-governmental organizations like the Massachusetts Municipal Association. So I think that it'd be wise to just lend our support to this initiative that is expected to reduce environmental impacts related to the collection and recycling of the covered material in the bill. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the letter? Looks unanimous. Thank you. 2025-017. Let me see. Council Lutke.
Okay, this is old business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2025-017, designation of the Hyannis District Improvement Financing Development District to be located in downtown Hyannis, and approval and adoption of the development program.
Second.
All right.
All right, good evening again. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning. Sorry, this won't be as quick as the others. Tonight, we're here to talk about the designation of the Hyannis District Improvement Financing Development District to be located in downtown Hyannis, and the approval and adoption of the development program. Through the district increment financing, which is, I want to state up front, it's not a new tax. Municipalities can establish a funding stream for economic development activities that are linked to, derived from the results of economic development. So the DIF, which you'll hear often, so that's the District Improvement Financing, sets up a process through a town. It can identify and capture tax revenues that result from new private investment in specific areas, such as expanded businesses, additions, or new development. So in downtown Hyannis, any new growth, you could look at some of that new growth and identify that funding stream for economic development
Just
activities.
a point of order, Jim, just for a second. I'm sorry, President Penn, I need to recuse myself on advice of counsel on this particular item. Okay?
You do? Okay.
I do.
Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. And so continuing on with that, again, a DIF is not a new tax, but rather a reallocation of a portion of that new growth dollars to dedicated fund to improvements to the certain area. For this district, this is downtown Hyannis. And Kyle Pedicini's with me, our economic development planner. He's going to go into the specificity of the district and the program itself. It's important to note this is the town's program. This is not associated with any other activity. This is certainly not the business improvement district, so that is a completely separate entity unto itself. The DIF revenues are generated by the increased assessed value that results from private investment, not from tax rate increases or special assessments. The town can direct this new stream, this stream of incremental tax revenues towards those public improvements, such as Councilor Torkelson mentioned in terms of ADA improvements. That's a programmed potential expense that could be achieved through this program. This could be identified as one of those main priorities we could rely on the ongoing funding stream to start to develop out ADA projects in downtown Hyannis to improve the district. So the DIF can also fund improvements to help quality life, such as the sidewalks, arts, cultural programming, improvements of open spaces here in downtown Hyannis. And again, it can assure a program that has a funding source that's ongoing throughout the life of this district, so that we can plan accordingly several years out as we're doing this. Before Kyle presents, I do want to just note that there is a Scribner's error in the plan that you see. The values that you see should state from January 1, 2023. It states 2024. So I'll correct that with a track change and provide that to the clerk so it's on file. But that's the only edit that needs to take place, to my knowledge, is this. Just correcting that error. When we got that from the previous assessor, that was the date given, but it's truly 2023. So I'll make that correction. So with that, I will hand it off to Kyle, who will walk us through the district and program itself.
Thank you, Jim. For the record, Kyle Pedicini, Community and Economic Development Planner for the town of Barnstable. So I'm going to talk about kind of the economic development kind of rationale of the program. First, just for some quick background, so the town received a $50,000 grant through Mass Development to explore this. So with that, we were able to work with a consultant team, the Commonwealth Associates, to develop a master plan, look at exactly what kind of revenues we'd be able to utilize for the program, and what the program could be utilized for. Commonwealth Associates is a great partner because they actually wrote the book on district improvement financing for the state. The state contracted them to do so, and they've worked with a lot of other municipalities and cities in Massachusetts on this program. So we did have a public process throughout. We did have 2 public meetings on March 27th and June 11th. I know some of the councilors attended those. I appreciate everybody's attention to the matter. So the public was engaged throughout the process, and that helped craft the master plan as to what exactly we wanted to target these funds for. So Jim kind of already went through this, but I'll just do it briefly. District improvement financing is a locally enacted tool that enables a municipality to identify and capture incremental tax revenue. So that's new growth due to development or redevelopment. That's not due to just market factors. From new private investment in a specific area. In this case, it's the downtown Hyannis area, and direct them towards public improvements and economic development projects in the same area. So it's not a new tax. It's really just a reallocation of the new growth dollars in this area to be generated, to be spent back in the same area. So the area we're talking about is actually, it mimics the growth incentive zone, and we added the 35 Scudder parcel just because there is potential for we have heard there's potential for development in that area. So if there is, and there are maybe impacts to the area, it'd be good to address those through any sort of infrastructure projects that may be needed. So that's the rationale, but it's really mimicking the growth incentive zone, the area in town that we've already designated for growth. So what kind of projects can it fund? This is from the actual master plan. So it will fund placemaking and beautification projects, storefront improvement grants, arts and culture projects, public infrastructure improvements, and it can fund the administration for the actual program. So just some examples of what I mean by that. Our Downtown Hyannis Small Business Facade Improvement Program has actually been a great program that we've done the last couple of years. We've used Transformative Development Initiative funds for that program. Those funds are set to expire next year. So if we want to continue on this program that has been well received by both our residents and our business community, there aren't many funding sources for something like this, but district improvement financing could certainly fill that gap. Broadband infrastructure, we're just starting out kind of trying to deploy a little bit additional of that. We have a $300,000 CDBG, Community Development Block Grant. to deploy kind of the start of broadband infrastructure in downtown Hyannis and subsidize some residential connections, but there's always going to be opportunities to expand upon that. And we know broadband infrastructure is kind of the next generation of infrastructure that we need to be addressing in town. We mentioned arts and culture programming. So, the artist shanties, if they ever need upgrades or redesigns, something like this could fund that, or programming, art programming. We talked a lot about streetscape, sidewalk, walkability improvements, and accessibility improvements, as was mentioned a lot tonight. Open space improvements, and an example could be the Hyannis Village Green, which actually recently got a technical assistance grant through TDI again to look at different possibilities there, but it's going to cost money to actually implement those projects. So something like this could fund that, and could also fund maintenance and upkeep of areas like this. Wayfinding signage, something that the town will be addressing, especially with the downtown Great Streets project and the changes there. There'll be a need for additional wayfinding signage. I mentioned, open street and just street cleanup maintenance of the area can be funded through this. Parking improvements, parking garage, actually the city of Attleboro is using it to help fund a parking garage. They originally went to the MBTA and wanted one, but the MBTA basically told them you don't have funds for ongoing maintenance for something like that. So they established the district improvement financing program to show they kind of have skin in the game, and they will be able to maintain a capital project like that. Who decides how the DIF funds are allocated? So there is a DIF advisory committee that will be established, responsible for the ongoing operation and management of the program. As proposed, it's to consist of the Town of Barnstable Finance Director, the Town of Barnstable Planning and Development Director, the Town of Barnstable Assessor, a representative from the Town Council, a Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee representative, so that's a kind of resident representative, and then a representative from our business community, the Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District, which is kind of our business organization in the area. So in terms of how much funding it'll generate, it's a 25-year program. It captures 50% of the new growth dollars in this area for the first 10 years, and then it drops off for 25% for the last 15 years. So you can see at the table on the right there how that breaks down. And in terms of what kind of money that would generate, this is where they're having consultants really helps. They went through kind of our known and possible development projects in the future, and they give us kind of a scale on the low end and the high end. On the high end, it could generate $16.5 million over the course of that 25 years into a DIF revenue. And you can see the subsequent what would go into the general fund with the split on this table. And the low end would be, what was that, 8.7 million. So probably falls somewhere in the middle of that range in terms of how much would be generated over the course of 25 years. So in terms of the benefits for a program like this, I do think it makes sense to redirect some tax revenue being generated in this area back into the area, because with new investment, there will be new infrastructure needs in the area. So it just kind of makes sense from that perspective. It can help mitigate any potential gentrification effects in the area. Again, I go back to that downtown Hyannis facade improvement program. It's great that we're getting all this new investment in downtown Hyannis, but we don't want to forget about our existing businesses who have been here for many years. We want to make sure they can, continue to stay competitive and thrive in the future. And I mentioned before, it can be used as a match to leverage additional funding from the state if we have a project that we want to fund in this area. It really helps to show we have skin in the game, and we have a fund that can be used for maintenance of any sort of projects. And again, I view this as a way to kind of keep up the momentum that we've started with the Transformative Development Initiative. It's been really great. We've had facade improvement program. We've had technical assistance for the Village Green, a lot of good stuff, but that will expire in 2025. So it's kind of thinking about what's the next step for economic development initiatives in downtown Hyannis, which we know is the economic driver for the town. So with that, I know I went through that quick, but we're happy to answer any questions, Jim and myself. Thank you.
Councilor Tamish?
I have a concern because it's diverting new growth dollars from the general fund. Do you have any estimate of, and obviously we have Proposition 2.5, so the new growth dollars fund our increases above the 2.5. Do you have any estimate or figures available as to how these dollars would compare to the town-wide typical new growth dollars? I know it's very variable, but
Yeah, are you
know.
like kind of wondering what's the percentage of new growth dollars generated in like the growth incentive zone compared to the rest of the town?
Right, and how will that affect our overall budgetary process if these dollars are no longer available for expenses of, the day-to-day expenses of the town?
Yep.
Obviously, there could be replacing capital money that's being spent
Yeah.
on Main Street, but they're still not available for general town funding.
Certainly decreases your flexibility to be able to spend new growth dollars going forward. That is the drawback of the program. I will say when we met with the DPW to kind of look at the capital needs for the area over the next 25 years, they came up with a list of $80+ million. So, there will be needed to be that money spent in the downtown Hyannis area. It's just a question of where that money's coming from. In terms of the fiscal impact, I really would want to defer to Mark Millen, our finance director, on that. But this is the table that shows are the estimates from the consultants as to what, through both a low growth scenario and a high growth scenario, what the split would be for diff revenues and what the new growth dollars would be in terms of going into the general fund. I totally appreciate the point, and that's why we were cognizant to make sure it wasn't 100% of the new growth dollars, and it was stepped down over time. It's 50% for the first 10 years. It's 25% for the last 15 years. So,
Is that 50% to 25% statutory, or is it just part of the plan?
yeah, it's totally up to the town what the percentage is.
Thank you.
Council Lutke?
I don't think I have a question, but I have a comment, and it may take me just a moment to get it all out. I think this is a terrible idea. And I think it because we've just done the new zoning in Hyannis that's really started to do a lot of new construction. And I understand this is based on new construction as well, new growth. And I think I know I've seen the results of some of that and the way that we've had quite severe disagreements with folks in terms of what we're seeing on these proposals, these four-story proposals, and what the thought it is doing to Hyannis. I think there's perhaps some different viewpoints. I represent a Hyannis precinct here. I know I represent everyone in Barnstable, but I can put my Hyannis hat on. That there's a lot of angst that we're losing the village atmosphere of Hyannis. You mentioned Attleboro. I read this very thoroughly. I looked at the other cities that are using it. Have you been to Attleboro? Hyannis is in Attleboro.
Yeah.
And all the other ones I looked at too. It's not comparable. It's somewhat reminiscent of what we do with short-term rentals. We say that's destroying our neighborhoods to a degree. I understand we want some of it, but then we say it's good because we put it towards the sewer project. And I don't like that, and I'm very opposed to this, and I hope my fellow Hyannis councilors would really think about this. I don't like the GIZ map. I've read it. You can do up to 25% of the town. The areas don't have to be contiguous. You've taken the GIZ, but then you put 35 Scudder. And I object to that as well. With all of the issues that have gone on with 35 Scudder, and I see Janet Milkman back there, and some of her work on that, she was soundly criticized for coming up with maybe some more gentle proposals for development there. And now here we are, just slamming Hyannis yet again for these new growth dollars. I share the concerns here. I think we have processes to allocate our funds and do our needs. I'd like to see this go into the general fund. I think this should be abandoned. I think it's a step towards making this a city. I know we have a city form of government, but we maintain the villages through the local comprehensive planning process. That still remained one of the priorities where people love their villages. And I think folks in Hyannis love their village too. I could not be more opposed to this. I see very bad things coming from it. I think it encourages the wrong thing. I think you guys have done amazing things. This is not one of them. I'm not sure where this generated from. You said it came from a grant. We must have applied for that grant. I don't know what the time frame was, what the genesis was, who really was behind this. I get disturbed when I see the bid as a member of the decision group on this. We just had a discussion, a rather heated one at the beginning of the term here about the kind of the philosophy of the town, trying to bring it back to the people, get it away from the developers. And this will be the nail in the coffin. And I can't say more negative about it. And I've done a lot of research. And again, you just said it right there. Attleboro wanted to build a parking garage. Okay? Again, go to Attleboro and take a look at Attleboro. Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple things. You mentioned the 35 Scudder parcel. If the council is uncomfortable with that, you can certainly amend the map. I just want to point out, this doesn't impact zoning and development rights. It doesn't make it so that parcels are more likely to be developed. It just says in the event that parcels are developed in Hyannis, that in order to make sure that the Hyannis residents don't feel the brunt of that development, that we dedicate a portion of that back into Hyannis. So if there are additional infrastructure needs generated from that they're taken care of. So I would somewhat respectfully disagree kind of with your assessment. And the Attleboro, I'm not insinuating we're trying to be Attleboro or we're even akin to Attleboro. I'm just giving you an example of what one community used it for. You can use it for a whole lot of different things. And in terms of the membership, again, that's totally up to the council. That the reasoning for the bid was this: we want to make sure our business community is involved in the decision making at some point, just like we want to make sure our residents are. So that was the reasoning for including the bid.
Councilor Schnapp?
I'm sorry. Thank you, President Penn, and thank you, Kyle, for the presentation. I'm generally favorable toward this proposal. However, I have not had the chance to digest it in the way that I would like to in order to make a decision. And I mean, there's just a lot going on here. There's the membership of the committee, there's the percentages that you're asking, the kind of list of possible things. And I feel, and again, I look to my fellow counselors, that I would like to continue this possibly to the next meeting, or I know that you won't be at the next meeting, maybe to the first October meeting, just for all of us to kind of have the chance that Councilor Lutke probably has already been able to spend on this proposal, because I confess I haven't had as much opportunity to do so. So I'd like to throw that out as a possibility.
Councilor Levesque, and then Councilor Bloom, and then Councilor Mendez.
Thank you, President Penn. I commend all the hard work that you've put towards this, Kyle. And I respectfully disagree with some of the discussion that's taken place. I think what's trying to take place here is if someone's going to take the investment and they own a building here on Main Street, Hyannis, they're not necessarily going to go up 4 stories, or they're not going to do that. They're just going to invest. And then the reward is the fact that that money that they're doing will come back to the area to try to revitalize certain things and add character to that. I mean, we're talking art shanties, we're talking facades, we're talking beautification. We're not talking about promoting more 4-story building. We're talking about simple investment in downtown Hyannis. Some of it could be that in regards to, the form-based code, but some of it could just be somebody, and like the 35 Scudder doesn't necessarily have to do with the land. The land behind it's covered by the Dover Amendment, so that might not even be taxable. You know what I mean? Good chance it's not. It's actually more to do with the hotel. And if they decide to build something and do something with the hotel, then those tax dollars would come. Honestly, the 40 acres behind it, and probably not going to be taxable. So it's the front of the building that's more of the property that's more of a concern, that those tax dollars, again, could go back to the area for infrastructure issues. If they decide to do something with the hotel by right, then maybe we could do something with the street. Maybe some of that money could go to the West End Rotary, because that's not going to happen anymore. I think that's what we're talking about here. So I don't see it as so much of as a threat as an opportunity to be able to, just like, sometimes I think, Barnstable doesn't get its share of money that we give to the state. Maybe we should get some, and that's kind of what's happening here, is that if Hyannis decides to invest in Hyannis, then Hyannis is going to get that money. So it's good for Hyannis. So thank you.
Councilor Bloom?
I second Councilor Schnapp's suggestion that we put it off because I'm really confused now. You know, as Councilor Levesque just said, you know, to me, you know, Hyannis taking advantage of the money that it generates, I mean, to me, that's like a no-brainer. But I need to hear from Councilor Lutke about, you know, what she's talking about, because, you know, this, it sounds that she's very much, the degree of her objection, I mean, I need to hear her out. So I'd like to have it, you know, postponed too.
Council Mendez?
Thank you, President Penn. I agree with Councilor Snepp and Councilor Bloom, but I will say on the face of it, it looks very positive, but I have a day job. I haven't had a chance to really get into the numbers, so.
Understood.
Those 100 pages in the agenda did you in, huh? All right, so do we have a motion to move this to, you got one question, go for it.
I do actually have, I think the question is what Craig was asking, is maybe if you could, with Finance Director Milne, give us a sense of what new growth dollars, you've told us what the new growth dollars will be here. You know, we know 90% of our new growth or our tax revenue comes from residential, not from businesses. This is a big business area. You know, where are our other new growth dollars coming from outside, and how much would that be? That would be, I think, helpful information. And I did attend both of the presentations, and I will meet with Betty, but having listened to both presentations, asked Director Kupfer a handful of questions. I do support this project. And I'd like to know where Betty and I don't agree on that, because I think that would be really useful and knowledgeable. So I appreciate the time to, yeah, I appreciate the time to, you know, reconsider my thoughts and understand more.
Councilor Tamish?
I would just like to make this additional comment, because I won't be here the next meeting, but if it does come up, but my feeling is that I don't think any growth is going to happen because someone's going to say, oh, we're going to get 50% of the new growth back, and I'll be able to put it into the district. I think, in effect, what we're doing is we are tying the hands of the town in that those new growth dollars can't be put to any other use, that they're not directed to town-wide, where we as the council or DPW or administration, when they come to us with their priorities, those dollars are taken out of the mix. And I have a problem with that. And someone mentioned that, you know, perhaps it could be improvements to the rotaries. Well, if the rotary improvement item is that important, then the town will allocate dollars to it. So I don't think I could support this project either.
Yeah. Council Mendez?
The thing that I like about this is what you don't like. Because let's be honest,
Local control.
Hyannis takes the brunt of everything.
Yep.
We do. We take the brunt of housing. We take the brunt of low-income housing. We take the brunt of everything. So we do deserve to get those dollars reinvested in Hyannis. Call me selfish, but that's just the fact of the matter. We take on everything in Hyannis. And so for us taking on everything in Hyannis, sometimes we do deserve a little bit more. Just my opinion.
Councilor Starr?
No, I agree with Mr. Mendez that it doesn't, Hyannis would have a little more control over some of this development money, I guess. But it's not taking money away from, there's going to be, like Kyle said, there's going to be money invested in Hyannis anyway. But if we can set up a system where people from Hyannis decide where some of it goes, that I would support that. And I would like to see the committee expanded a little bit. I don't really see anybody from the Civic Association or, you know, nobody living on Ridgewood or in Cromwell Court or any, maybe we want to expand the membership a little bit.
That's an option. And we have no issues with continuing this, and I'm happy to meet with members individually to discuss any concerns in the meantime.
Somebody want to make a motion to continue? I don't know.
Mark Milne is available via Zoom to answer the question on new growth dollars.
Good for him.
Go ahead.
There he is.
There he is.
Just like that.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to try to attempt to answer the question that came up regarding new growth. Most of the town's new growth dollars over the past few years have been generated from residential property development and personal property outside of this particular area that's being included within this proposal. So I don't have any historical numbers on new growth generated within the GIZ over the past several years, but I can say that most of it has been generated from outside that area, and last year it was about $1.8 million townwide. The year before was about $1.3 million townwide.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's like the genie. He appears with the answer when you need him, It's perfect. Absolutely. Councilor Schnepp, did you have a comment?
I would just like to ask Vice President Tamish, would you like to be able to participate in the vote? Because I can choose which other date.
I don't think everything has to be. I mean,
Okay.
at various times, we're all.
Okay, so I'll move to continue this item to our next meeting on September 19th, or
I would
October
say
3rd.
if you include Vice President Tamish, we should do October.
So
first
October
meeting
3rd would
October.
be fine? Okay.
Absolutely.
To October 3rd.
Thank you.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to continue this item to the first meeting in October. Correct? All those in favor? All righty. Thank you.
President Penn, I need to recuse myself from the next item, please.
Okay. Item 2025-018. Councilor Clark.
Thank you very much, President Penn. This is old business, may be acted upon by majority vote. Agenda item 2025-1018, authorizing the acceptance of an easement from Barnstable Land Trust Incorporated upon a portion of the property known as Fuller Farm.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Counsel.
Thank you, Madam President Penn. Good to see you back.
Thank you.
At the July 17th, 2023 Community Preservation Committee meeting, I didn't give my name, Lindsay Council, CPC. The CPC voted unanimously to recommend the permanent protection of an open space resource consisting of a 5.5 acre portion of 150 Wheeler Road, map 103, parcel 109002, through the Barnstable Land Trust, acquiring the fee interest and then conveying a perpetual conservation restriction to the town for open space, conservation, and passive outdoor recreation purposes. Discussion occurred at the time regarding a potential trail easement to be granted by BLT to the town across the adjacent Fuller Farm to provide public passive recreation access between the 150 Wheeler Road property and Route 149. In order to complete the 150 Wheeler Road Land Protection Project at its December 21st, 2023 meeting, the Town Council appropriated and authorized the Town Manager to expend $905,000 in Community Preservation Act funds for the acquisition of the fee interest by BLT. Authorized the Town Manager to negotiate and accept the conservation restriction, and authorized the Town Manager to contract and expend $488,700 grant from the Commonwealth under the Local Acquisitions and for Natural Diversity Program, with the grant defraying the cost and reimbursing the Community Preservation Fund. On May 16th, 2024, the Town Council approved the conservation restriction under Mass General Law, Chapter 184, Section 32, and BLT granted the conservation restriction to the Town of Barnstable on June 25th, 2024. The conservation restriction includes, among other things, public access for passive recreation use. Following the completion of this land protection project, the town and BLT are now working to finalize this agreement by BLT to the town of the above referenced public access easement. The proposed public access easement is shown as 8-foot wide easement over existing path on the attached plan, captioned easement plot plan in Marston's Mills, Mass. 995, Route 149, prepared for the town of Barnstable by Down Cape Engineering, and it's dated May 7th, 2024. This easement would be at no monetary cost to the town. With me tonight is Janet Milkman from the Barnstable Land Trust, if you have any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Tamish.
I would just like to thank BLT for partnering with the town on all these different projects. It's pretty amazing what you're able to get done. Thank you.
It's our pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity.
Any questions? No? Comments? I see lots of heads bobbing, so that's good.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. That sounds good, too. All righty. So, majority vote. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All righty.
Thank you very much.
All right. Under new business, consent agenda, proposed vote. You need somebody to make this motion, yes. Go for it.
I would move that items number 2025-022, 2025-025, 2025-026, 2025-027, as written, be moved to the town council hearing, meeting rather, on September 19th, 2024.
Second.
Thank you. To be held as individual public hearings.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that those 4 items each have an individual public hearing at the meeting on September 19th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for your support in that. So we have,
23.
yep. 2025-023, appropriation order in the amount of $75,000. Alum treatment for Mystic Lake. No? Where are we on? I didn't hear her. I'm sorry. 223. Oh, the most important thing here tonight. Yeah, I got it.
023.
Yeah, I got it.
There you go. There you want to
I got
read
it. No,
from
I got it
mine?
right here. I'm good. Thanks. Okay. Council Burdick, do you want to read 2025-023?
Sure thing. One moment.
Too many pages. There we go. Gordon's got
Page
it.
82.
This is, got it. An item of new business and may be acted upon by majority vote. Item 2025-023, a resolve establishing a comprehensive wastewater management plan ad hoc advisory committee. As
Second.
written.
Director Santos.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. The Town Administrative Code provides that the Town Council may, from time to time, by majority vote, establish ad hoc committees to assist the Town Council in carrying out the Council's responsibilities. Ad hoc committees shall be limited to a particular subject area and serve only in that capacity for a specific period of time. Rule 11A of the Town Council rules provides that the President of the Town Council may designate such ad hoc committees comprised of councilors or registered voters in the town of Barnstable as deemed necessary. Reading those provisions together, and ad hoc committees should be established by a vote of the council, and committee members should be appointed by the President of the Council. The ad hoc committee will be subject to and shall comply with the open meeting law. Committee meetings will include a public comment period. The committee's non-councilor members will be special municipal employees for purposes of the state conflict of interest law. The President of the Town Council will serve as an ex officio, non-voting member of the committee. The committee chair shall provide regular reports to the council at Town Council meetings. As part of the initial comprehensive wastewater management plan approval, the town is required to provide an update to the plan every 5 years, with the first update occurring in 2025. This allows the comprehensive wastewater management plan to respond to changing environmental conditions, improve technologies, policy changes, and react and adapt to the results and lessons learned from completed projects. Given the importance of the comprehensive wastewater management plan review, it is believed that it should be developed similarly to how the initial plan was developed, with an ad hoc committee working closely with the Department of Public Works technical staff to make recommendations to the Town Council for approval. And the name of that original committee was known as the RAC, which was the Water Resources Advisory Committee, which began its work in 2015 and was dissolved after completing their work. So, thank you.
Any questions? Councilor Ledke.
Yeah, I have a question, because it came up in the Rules Committee the other day that by default, Cynthia Lovell is the administrator for all of these ad hoc committees of the Town Council. It seems like default. She's got 5 of them already. A couple of them have yet to meet, and now we're adding a 6th. Dan, do you see Cynthia Lovell being the administrator for this committee, or do you have someone on your staff that could act to do the minutes and that kind of thing? Because I don't know how Cynthia can handle a 6 when 5 is already a stretch.
Sure. That may be a question for the town attorney regarding who may or may not be required to do it. I'm happy to have a member of my staff do it if that is appropriate and would be satisfactory. Gladly do that and relieve her of some of that responsibility.
Yeah, I was anticipating all along that it would basically be under your tutelage.
And we'll work closely with Cynthia.
Yeah, good.
Sure, happy to do it.
Great. Thanks for bringing that up. Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, President Penn. In the resolve part, there is a mention of liaisons from various committees, Board of Health, Conservation Committee, and Planning Board. Is that the assumption that those would be people coming to all the meetings but not having a voting, or they would? I'm wondering if it would be better to have them as members of the committee, or I don't know exactly what the purpose is, if they're on it or not on it.
The way it's written, they're not members of the committee, they're liaisons, so they would be attending meetings and I guess carrying information back and forth, but they would not be voting members the way it's drafted.
is there a reason why we went in that direction versus having them being full participants?
That's how we did it last time. So we're just kind of mirroring the way we did it with the previous committee.
So those people were liaisons, they weren't voting members. Okay. I believe the last time there was a member from CFAC as a liaison, so I would recommend that person would, a member of that committee was also included in this process.
Sure, absolutely.
So you want to amend this to include a liaison from CFAC? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess if that's the requirement, I would move to amend this resolve to include a member of CFAC as a liaison to this committee.
Second.
Okay, we get an amendment in a second. Yeah?
I would prefer that they not be in a liaison with what you just mentioned, that they be a member of the committee. Is that possible?
I would probably have all four of those people be members of the committee, but I don't know if the subject matter experts are going to be members of the community, but would not have the same connection to our town committees. I don't know where we're expecting those people to emerge from.
Council Clark?
Thank you very much, President Penn. Although I appreciate your perspective, I think that we put a lot of pressure on our volunteer committee members already, given that the members who serve on these heavyweight committees, Concom Planning, meet twice a month as it is, and then some are liaisons to the CPC Comprehensive, Community Preservation Committee. So I think that for a limited gene pool of how many people are on the committee, I think to make a requirement, they're going to be, or we're looking for another volunteer to serve on an additional committee as a volunteer, I think is a big lift. I think a liaison position might serve equally as well without making that obligation.
Councilor Turkelson and then Councilor Tamish.
Thank you, President Penn. In the previous group, what was the relation? I know that there were liaisons. In your experience, did they attend often? Did they contribute? Were they just absent members that didn't show up because there were liaisons and there was some information that was missing that would have been brought forward had they been a full member? I'm just wondering what the benefits would be having not actually participated in the previous group and knowing how that all shook out.
All right, well, you're asking someone in their 60s to remember way back then. I think it was a mix. I think there was definitely participation by the liaisons, and when they were there, there was no different other than voting, and there really wasn't voting. It was more of a consensus-driven operation. You kind of agreed where we were going to go. As a matter of fact, I don't even recall taking a vote. So that's the kind of committee that it was, and they did participate. There may have been some hit or miss attendance, but nothing that I recall as being, egregious.
Excuse me. This is kind of a synthesis of Councilor Clark and Councilor Turkelson. I'm not sure that the liaisons should be required to be there every meeting because they have more specific functions. For example, the CFAC person probably doesn't need to be there when you're discussing embayments and whatever until you start discussing how all this is going to be paid for, or if they have an interest in it, I'm sure they're welcome to come. But to make them a voting member, I think puts a little bit more pressure on them to be present, perhaps more than they actually need to be. So, just a thought.
Any other input from people? Yeah, we have a motion to amend. All those in favor of voting to amend as as stated. Do you want to repeat your amendment?
It was just to move to have a member of the CFAC committee as an additional liaison.
Okay. So this is to vote yea or nay on that amendment.
As a liaison.
Although, yeah, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Amendment passes. So now we'd like to vote the motion as amended.
In this summary, it is on page 84. It's listed that the people who are interested should notify Cynthia Lovell by the close of business day, and it's left blank. So I don't know if that needs to be resolved.
Yes, I was hoping by Friday the 13th, because it's such a lucky number.
I'm interested.
See, right away we have a taker.
Do we need to put that in? I guess not. It's in the summary.
I don't think that needs to be amended. I think, no.
No, it's in the summary.
Yeah. She'll send around an email telling you to reply by the 13th. Please. All righty, so now we're going to vote on the motion as amended. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. 2025-024. Thank you, Dan. Councilor Tamish.
Okay, new business may be acted upon. So it's going to be a roll call majority. Item number 2025-024, authorization to contract for and expand a fiscal year 2024, fiscal year 2026, State 911 Department Telecommunicator Emergency Response Task Force, TERT, grant in the amount of $10,891 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security.
Second.
Yes, Deputy Chief Ellis.
Mike.
Mike.
Is your mic on, hon?
Red or green?
Green?
It's green now.
It's green, we're good. Thank you.
President Penn, members of the council, Deputy Chief Ellis. So we have been granted $10,891 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It is for reimbursement for funds for the Telecommunicator Emergency Response Task Force. And that is a team that's comprised of specially trained individuals capable of providing mutual aid response intrastate in the aftermath of a major event. The TERT team members can be deployed to a PSAP, an emergency operations center, a mobile command post, or a backup center. And the grant will fund a variety of expenses related to overtime costs for replacement overtime or for the overtime for TERT team members to attend trainings or callouts, for travel associated with a deployment, with trainings and lodging expenses that may be authorized for participation on the deployments.
Excellent. Questions? No?
No.
All right.
Public hearing?
What, hon?
I'm
It's roll
sorry,
call
sorry.
majority, isn't it?
Simple majority.
Yep. Okay. No questions or comments?
No.
All those in favor?
Thank you very much.
I was on the wrong page.
Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, 025.
.025 was referred to a public hearing.
We have 28.
Yeah. Yeah. 028's the last one. Whoops.
I move an item of new business.
New business, first reading, refer to as second reading. Item 2025-028. No? Yeah. Council Crowe.
This item of new business, it's for first reading and refer to as second reading on 9/19/24. This is item number 2025028. Order authorizing the taking of road easements by eminent domain for sewer and water purposes over certain private roads known as Beechwood Road, Cottonwood Lane, Sailor Way, Millstone Way, Teligan Trail, and Widow Way in Centerville, Sunnywood Drive, Centerboard Lane, and Newspaper Road in Hyannis, Goose Point Road in Centerville and Hyannis, Marquand Drive in Marston's Mills, and Old East Osterville Road in Osterville.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of referring this to a public hearing on? Second read, excuse me. Refer to a second reading on 9/19. That's unanimous. All righty.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, Councilor Clark.
Second.
All those in favor of adjourn? We made it by 11, I'm shocked.